welcome back everyone, welcome back to another week, another edition, another season here of the GSL, the Global StarCraft League 2025 Season 2, Round of 12, Group A. I'm of course VIP with you and joined by these amazing players, by the people chat, and by my chains as well. As I'm chained up, Pappy. I'm chained up. Here we go. We're here. We are back. And of course, we did cover the GSL qualifiers last week. Last weck, if you recall, actually, I said last week, during the weekend of Dallas. During the weekend of Dallas, we went over all of the GSL qualifiers for Season 2, and now we're here to embrace the season itself. Let's go, let's go. Again, it's just been a jam-packed kind of period of StarCraft here, GSL Season 1, into DreamHack Dallas, into EWC qualifiers, into GSL Season 2. There's just been so much StarCraft going on all together here. And we even have Stars Agora this week as well. So much StarCraft. And we're here to catch up on all that StarCraft as well. As we're catching up, a big shout to all hail Lulu in the chat. God, thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great, I'm assuming, ladder session as well. Thank you so much, and welcome one and all to our replay coverage of the GSL Season 2 round of 12. Today our plan is to go over the group stage, to go over Group A, and of course this afternoon, we will be live with Group B. So this morning we have Group A, this evening we have Group B, just catching up on the round of 12. Now when it comes to the round of 12, when it comes to our group, I should say, let us switch on over. Let's catch up on the group itself. As we switch these over, and we have our 4 players. We have 4 players here. Of course, top 2 will make it out of the group. The other 2 will be knocked out of the tournament. Again, a very brutal format here. This is, of course, a GSL format group. Winners play against winners, losers against losers, and then we have that decider match at the very end. Going to be featuring 2 Protoss, a Terran, and a Zerg. We have Cure, we have Zoun, we have Solar, and we have Creator as well. Oh boy, so what a group already here, and a lot to get into. Cure, of course, he's coming in as the runner-up of Season 1. He himself had to go through the qualifiers. No one was seeded, everyone had to go through the qualifiers regardless of their placement. Cure was able to make it through. Likewise, we did have Zoun as well for the first time this year. For those who don't remember, Zoun, he actually did retire. He retired, he retired a year ago, 2 years ago, when he joined the military, did his military service, and then he is back. He came back, I want to say last year, October, like around October, November is when he finished his military service, did come back to the game, and since then he has been quickly rising through the ranks and looking really impressive. In saying that though, Zoun did not qualify, did fail to qualify for Season 1. It was very heartbreaking, but there were a couple of key players that didn't make it through Season 1, and 2 of them are here. Zoun didn't make it through into Season 1, and Creator didn't make it through either. That's some really rough, not just them, but Shin and Bunny. Shin, Bunny, Zoun, Creator, those are the 4 that come to mind. Ryung as well, like they were not able to make it into Season 1 of GSL, but they're here in Season 2 to make up for that, and to prove that they are GSL worthy, of course, and we're going to be featuring both of them. Meanwhile, Cure and Solar, of course, they're reprising their roles here. Both of them did well for themselves, decently well for themselves when it comes to last season, especially Cure. So right now, Cure, he is on fire. He's expected to make a deep run once again. We'll see if he can. We'll see if he can. Up first is going to be in a TVP against Zoun. There's a lot to talk about when it comes to their TVP, but let's just jump right on into their series. Game 1 is going to be on Persephone. Let's go. Let us go. As again, we have a new season. We have potentially a new meta. We'll see, as there's been a lot going on in regards to TVP as of late. But here we go. Beautiful. As we are jumping into Game 1 and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Persephone, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Team Vitality. It is Zoun. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Cure. Here we go. Of course, no Gamba, no predictions, as these events did transpire last week. We were actually going to be scheduled. We were scheduled to cover these matches last week as well, but then bam, EWC qualifiers. Like just non-stop EWC qualifiers. So we had no room to go over the GSL round of 12. We had no room to go over those matches. Now that the EWC qualifiers are over, now we can catch up. Now we can catch up on GSL. Let's go. So far so good. Double gas opener out of Cure. Now if you were watching Cure, if you've been watching him over the past 2 months of play, then you would know the Cure has been hyper aggressive. GSL season 1, he did nothing but 2-base all in the entire season. It was crazy. Like just Cure just popping off and just being hyper aggressive, specifically in TVP. Is TVZ also very aggressive as well? But if you recall, we casted Cure last night. We casted Cure last night in the Wardy TV Monday, and Cure, he was looking a little more tame against Hero. I mean, it was a rematch, of course, from GSL Season 1 finals. But yeah, he was looking a little more tame, was looking a little more standard in his play. So I wonder if maybe he has turned over a new leaf. Maybe he got the aggression out of his system. You know, maybe he was pent up, and bam, he'd like unleashed in Season 1, and now we're calming back down again while we kind of bubble up under the surface until we do that again. Or if that was only because it was a weekly and he does still intend to be hyper aggressive. Now double gas opener does tell us that we're going for a faster factory, of course, into a delayed CC. From here our eyes are going to be on the add-ons. We can go Reactor, Reaper, Hellion, and already speaking of, Reactor is done. We are reactoring our Reapers, so we can double down into Hellion production as well. Otherwise we could have gone for a faster Tech Lab, into potentially faster Cyclone, into an add-on swap, into Banshee play, but as we can see, Reactor, Reaper are on the way. And this should be with Hellion reinforcements. There we go. So the goal, the purpose of this opener is designed to get economic damage. The purpose here is to get across the map, get into these mineral lines, and to wreak havoc, focus down probes, and just get as much damage as possible. Reaper Hellion does not scale well into a longer game, has a bit of a timer as to how useful it can be. So we are massing up. Meanwhile, back at home, a standard opener out of Zoun does go Gate, Cyber, Expand into his tech of choice, going to be a Twilight Council opener. Does go for his hallucination scattered across the map, and with this, he should get eyes on the add-ons, should get eyes on what's coming his way. He will miss the first set of units, that is true, will barely miss them, but he will get eyes on the production. That should be a tell here as to where the add-ons are. So now he knows. Now he knows what's coming his way. I mean, technically this could be Marine, but there we go. He confirms. He does confirm it's not Widowmine, it's not Marine. It's going to be Hellion and Reaper. Meanwhile, across the map, we do see he's getting in position. We have our 2 Stalkers already. We have a shield battery at the natural. We have some nice Sim City, and we can wall up and wall off. Yeah, so far the wall is underway. As I mentioned before, the goal here for Cure is to get economic damage. He's diving in towards that natural, and it looks like we do have a full wall. Yeah, it does fully wall off. I say that. We're focusing it down. Ooh, does get broken. Probe does fall, but alas, the Stalker does get in position. Likewise, also a force field, right? There's also a force field as well, so you don't want to get caught out by it. Does focus out another pylon, or another shield battery. Speaking of going for the first, and you can see he's trying to bait the army out, but so far, Zoun is secure. Zoun is secure behind this, still no add-ons, going for a Marine. Wouldn't mind follow-up here, just hyper-aggression out of Cure. So he's going to have an army going to the main, an army heading towards the natural. At the same time, Reapers, a bust into the main base. So far, no major damage yet. The Stalkers are keeping up, but at the same time, we have a wall. Yeah, we have a wall. The Stalkers in position. Hellions, they are denied, and Zoun, he's completely shutting this down. Defends the Reapers, defends the Hellions, and he holds on 2 bases. Whew. Okay, so far so good. The opener of Cure has fallen on its face. The Hellions are alive, but I can't say the same about the Reapers. Meanwhile, we have the follow-up Mind Drop. Ideally, you wanted some of this to hit together, right? You have the Mind Drop in one end, you have the Reapers in another, and then the Hellions in another. But alas, now the first wave was dealt with. Now we have the second, and Zoun can just focus his attention here on this defense. Ooh, there we go. As one wood might goes down, this is taking quite some time here, so that's a lot of lost mine time here for Zoun. So there's at least some inverted damage that's done here. 2 pros with 2 Widow Mines. Medevac doesn't save any of the Widow Mines as well. Low HP may go down. So far, so good. Like, impressive defense. Has been solid defense here by Zoun. And a lot of it also came down to the scouting. If you remember, he saw everything, right? He saw the Hellion Reaper coming his way. He saw everything moving out across the map, so solid response. And what do we have to work with? 3 Gapeling. 3 Gapeling Stalker. With this, now we'll expand. We did go for a gas and a robo on 2 bases first. You can go for a faster third, but then you'll be spread thin. So Zoun did make the decision to stay on 2 bases a little bit longer to get that gas, to get that robo, to get the prism, and go for a bit of a later expansion just to be more secure early on. And it worked. Like, it was worth it, I would say. Hellion is cleaned up, and now it's go time. Now it's time to move out across the map to contain and to potentially get some damage done. 4 Stalkers that can one-shot SCVs. Back in the main base, we have 2 tanks in the main, and we are looking secure here in the main base. So Cure, he should be safe and sound in the main at least, except for the mineral line. The tanks are out of range. At the same time, we have double bunker. Cure, he is terrified about an all-in. Jesus. We spoke about one-shotting. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4 SCVs. Oh, we barely don't save that Stalker. Bit of miscontrol. Second Stalker goes down. Zoun, he's going to be forced out. Does get 5 SCVs, but he will lose 2 Stalkers in the process. One of them was inevitable. The other, though, a bit of miscontrol there. And with that, Zoun, he does pull away. Still, overall, I would say a better setup here for Zoun. Like, he defended really nicely. He even gets some counter damage done. He won't be able to break his opponent. And now Cure realizes that maybe he did overreact. I said does reinforce. Does salvage. Does get that refund. There we go. Meanwhile, we do get a scout of the main. It's going to be a 3-1-1 setup. Observers outside of the base as well. We have Stalkers on the right-hand side. Zoun, he will see any kind of move out. Speaking of, we are looking to move out. Stim is only halfway done, so this is a bit of a beyond move out here by Cure, as he does look to break out, but he's going to be spotted. Already 2 Marines going down. Nice pickles here by Zoun. Like, this is the ideal. What you want to do here when it comes to these early game pushes, you want to be able to slow it down, scout it, confirm it, and pick away at the army. Raven fires across the map. Zoun does respond. He does respond in time. Does pull away. And here comes the army. Bearing in mind, Stim is not done yet, but it's going to be done in a couple of seconds. Cure, he doesn't fully commit. He pulls back for the time being. So he is still building up. And Zoun back at home did invest as a Storm, not Colossus. But again, Storm play has been very trendy as of late, has been very meta. And Storm is now done. Charge finishing up as well. We are missing something though. That is +1. There's the Forge. +1 is not done. +1 has not begun either. There we go. +1 now for signing up. This is a little bit late. So if I'm going to be critical about something here, it is going to be a bit of a later +1 out of Zoun. We did have the money for it earlier, so it did slip by the wayside. Outside of that, though, Zoun, he's looking solid. Looking very solid here. We have 2 High Templar in the Prism. Curie does push towards the left-hand side, and Zoun is getting in position. Zoun did spot this. And again, ideally, Zoun wants to slow this down. Tank does siege. Tank does siege up. So far, 1 Marine gets picked up. He gets 1 Marine. He gets 1 Marauder. Yeah, nice pick up there towards the end. Storms are getting ready. As a reminder, Cure, he is expanding behind this. I believe that, yep, 3rd CC. 3rd CC is done. Cure is not all in, but he is going to be threading the main. Storm goes up. Storm does graze the army. Likewise, tank goes down. Nice pick up. Gets 1 tank. There's 1 left. Again, there's not many tanks with this army. And with that, Jesus. And with that Cure, he will pull away. Oh my god. Does pull away. Oh no! Is he paying attention? He is. Pulls away. Oh my god. Zoun, cuidado, papi, cuidado. Ay, ay, ay. Does save the prison. Does save the High Templar. Just barely. And with that, Zoun holds. Zoun holds behind this 4th base. 4th base is on the way. Of course, his 3rd fully operational. We have the Bay in production as well. Again, now's the time to diversify that splash damage, working towards Storm and working towards now Colossus alongside it. But that is a dream drop. That's a hefty drop moving in. There are Stalkers in position already, though. And Cure, he will back up. He will be deterred. Yeah, he is deflected from the main. Zoun breaking out. We do see Cure pushing on the right-hand side, but once again, he is scouted. He is spotted. Getting it out of here. Boosting into the main base once again. Those Stalkers are still in position. And he commits. Yeah, it does commit in. 1 medevac goes down. It does force a recall. A nice trade here from Cure. It was worth it. Takes down every single Stalker. That was what, 5, 6 Stalkers going down. Decent Storm, but Cure, he will pull out. It will get away with 3 full medevacs at the same time, pushing on the right-hand side. Does get 7 probe kills. Trades well against these Zealots, and Zoun is being pulled apart. Initially, he was keeping up, but last he was out of position here towards the south side. The base under fire. He won't get it, though. Zoun, he will defend. But these have been some nice and better moments for Cure. In total, was able to snipe and able to get 9 Stalkers. 9 Stalkers. Of course, 2 were earlier, so I guess 7 in this fight. Likewise, threatening another dive. This time Zoun's in position. As we get into the big shout out to Juggernaut, Jason in the chat. God, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session. Hope you had a great time. And welcome to our coverage of the GSL Season 2, Round of 12. Oh, my god. As Zoun does catch him out. It does catch out the drop. Nice cleanup. Takes down a good amount of marauders. Zoun retaking map control. But thank you so much. Thank you so much, man. Hope you had a good stream. Bienvenidos. As we saw at the start of the broadcast, today we're going to be covering both groups. This morning, Group A, this evening, Group B. And this is our first series and our first game of the broadcast. Zoun has gained map control. Behind this, going into a second robo into double Colossus production. First one has arrived. He doesn't have much storms with his army though. Just got the one High Templar. Ooh. Does storm the Marauders. Cure, he can tank it. So far so good. He has his third base secure. And likewise, as Cure is forced back, Zoun, he fully saturates his fourth. He's fully saturated from here. He can get another base. There we go. Fifth is on the way. And both armies are maxing out. Ooh, going for an earlier Stargates. Okay, I mean, again, we have the person maxing out. Zoun thinking about Sky Toss, or at least thinking about the mothership. Stargate production. Oh. Does rotate. Cure, he's ready. Moves on away. And does, for the most part, avoid the storm. Storm does graze the army. Zoun building up disruptors. I was about to say that we were being a little bit greedy taking up into Sky Toss before disruptor attack, but disruptors are on the way to support. Making two at a time. Observer spots the main army. And Zoun, he does barely slip by. Uh-oh. Back here towards the natural, there's not much to defend. There are some reinforcements. There's some production. Cure moving out. Likewise, Zoun does hit the third, does hit the natural. Yeah, splits off, goes into both mineral lines. Curie pulls back home. The tank is exposed. Ooh, tank does survive. Zoun, he does pick off a medevac. They're trying to punish Cure, pulling away his attention. Tank is exposed. Tank does go down. Nice pick off. Going for the Vikings as well. And the Zealots are still not dealt with. Yeah, they're still distracting. Oof, another storm. 20 SCV. This Zealot run-by is insane. 23 SCVs. And Curie's racing back in. Unfortunately, because it was close to maxing out, there weren't many reinforcements. There wasn't much production. And that's 26 SCVs. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, that one Zealot run-by does cripple Cure. Curie's down to 40 workers. Behind this, Zoun getting a 6th expansion. Yeah, and one swift move. Up until that point, we were keeping up with each other. Both players were maxing out. Both players were keeping up economically. But one Zealot run-by. And with that, Cure's economy is crippled. His army is still good though. Like, I should emphasize this, that Cure's army is still quite comparable to that of Zoun. Cure can still win a fight, but in the long run here, Zoun is building up a bank. Building up a bank, attacking up, getting another forge, working on more upgrades, +3s on the way for both players. But Zoun, he can afford to trade, Cure cannot. Speaking of the ghosts, getting one, getting up to 2 ghosts, medevac as well, brutal pickups. Extensive losses there for Cure. You're going for the rocks. Doesn't quite get them. Do appreciate it. Nice EMP. Nice EMPs on the main army. Rocks, they do send away one of the High Templar. Cure collapsing in. Once again, nice EMP on the Colossus, but there is no follow-up. So you got 7 Vikings. You have a flanking storm. The Ghost. Ooh, do overextend. High Templar does storm. Down to 1 High Templar, so not many storms left of the main army. That is a bit of a concern. And again, both players are maxed out. Cure has a super maxed army. Novus. Oh, nice blitz. Nice avoid. The storms are solid though. Yeah, the storms do a lot of damage. Novus didn't quite connect. Colossus goes down. No more splash damage. Yeah, just the gateway army. The Zealots, they have arrived. Cure, he's going to be forced back. Zoun, he can trade. But he's bleeding out those Zealots. He has to pull away. Has to back off. And you can see Zoun plummet in supply. That is true, but remember, Zoun can afford it. Zoun, he can remax. He has more disruptors back at home. He pulls away. It's Cure that doesn't have a bank. So solid fight here from Cure. Ooh, takes down the prison. We see Zoun trying to slow down the push. Does catch a Viking. Nova was a little bit premature. We have 3 more Novas. At the same time, another Zealot run-by once again does hit the third. Cure heal. Thinks about pulling back. Okay, does have reinforcements. Likewise, shows those Novas. Your Novas, they don't quite connect. And Nova's not connecting. Better, or much better connections towards the end. We'll take it over to the face. Zalse trade with a Ghost. Ghosts are going down. And we spoke about this, even though initially Cure had a good fight, he's bleeding out. He's running out of steam here. And again, he doesn't have much of a bank to work with. He's barely sustaining himself. Barely. Zoun, more than keeping up. Building on more Disruptors, more Colossus. Zoun does miss the army rotation, though. Cure does hit the 4th. I guess 5th base. And he will get it. 5th base goes down. Zoun going for the base raid. Does move out across the map. Nervous, they don't quite connect. But Zoun is going for the 3rd. Going for the 3rd, going for the reinforcements as well. And remember, Zoun, he can always recall if need be. And so many more SCVs going to be falling here. Yeah, the army races back home for Cure. As he races back home, Zoun, he can pull away. Does not get the CC, but it is on fire. That's going to be another 13 SCVs. 13 workers. Won't quite be able to touch the planetary. Oh. This is only back the army once again. Just making it difficult for Cure to engage. Picking up depots, whatever he can. And Zoun is maxed. Zoun, he's already remaxed. And Cure, he was on a timer. Like, he was basically all in after he lost all those SCVs. And you can see that, he's just not what he once was. Not like this, papi. Not like this. Still has a terrifying army. He can still take a fight. Still hope to. Novas do Zoun. Yo, meanwhile, ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Amiga, for Jimmy. Buenas noches, buenas noches. Good evening, good evening. Thank you for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session. Oh my god, as the ghosts get caught out. So, what, 3 ghosts going down. Oh, the Novas are brutal. The Novas are brutal here. As Cure pushing into the army, he cannot push in. Not like this. The Novas, they pop off. Ooh, Zoun does overextend. A lot of Disruptors going to be going down, but he can afford these trades. It's fine. He can throw away some Disruptors. Don't worry about it. It's fine, Papi. It's fine. He likes it. As Zoun, he will overwhelm. The Zelt's a little bit stuck behind, but there we go. Does blink back. Zelt's dive in. Another Nova goes off. Zones the army away. And Cure, he's just running out of army here. He will take down the final Disruptors. Barely not. Another Nova. And with that, GG gets called. Cure, he has nothing left. And Zoun, he will take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Again, Zoun and Cure, so far, I mean, Zoun, he had really good scouting, he had really good responses, he was able to have a solid early to mid game, but likewise, it wasn't like Cure was out of it. As we were emphasizing, what it did come down to was the massive Zealot run by. For those that are curious, both armies, or for those that are just now tuning in, Cure and Zoun, they were both maxed out. Cure, he was in the midst of pushing out, but he did miss a massive Zealot run by that was able to sneak on past the army, get behind the forces of Cure, and hit the 3rd and the natural as Cure was pushing. With that, he was caught out in the open. Because he was close to maxing out, he didn't actually have much production back at home, much reinforcements, just because he was almost at supply cap. And with that, those Zealots, they just wreaked havoc. They just annihilated the mineral lines of the 3rd and the natural. And Cure raced back home. He couldn't do much with his army. He tried to push in, but there were Disruptors, so he had to pull all the way back. In the end, he lost, what, over 40 SCVs? He was down to around 40 workers. Like, his economy was crippled, and he was never able to quite recover from that. GG well played. As we were pointing out, he did still have a massive army, and he was able to trade, and he actually had a good fight after that. But Zoun could just rebuild. Like, Zoun, he could afford to just rebuild, remax. Cure could not. With that, GG well played. With that, Zoun takes a lead, and now we are jumping into game number 2. Let's go. What I was most impressed by, though, was the early game of Zoun. Again, his ability to keep up with the Reactor to Reaper Hellion, with the drop play, with the multi-pronged aggression. Zoun, he was able to scout, able to confirm, able to be in position, and yeah, he was able to hold his own. Impressive. Impressive play there by Zoun, but here we go. We're now getting into our next game. Getting into game number 2. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ley Lines, we have our South Korean Terran player. We have the Blue Terran, the GSL Season 1 runner-up, now down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back and make a series out of this. Representing Team Liquid, it is Cure. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the red Protoss player, the South Korean Protoss, representing Team Vitality, leading the series 1-0. It is Zoun. go. Zoun, he was able to keep up with the initial aggressive opener of Cure and head into that mid game, and we'll see how Cure does adjust coming into game 2. As a reminder, game 1 was double gas and double gas again, so double gas opener to Cure. Game 1 was double gas opener into Reactor Reaper Hellion into a mine drop, but I would imagine that he's going to mix things up here in game number 2. We'll see if he goes for an earlier Tech Lab, if he goes for an earlier Cyclone, earlier Tank, maybe even an earlier add-on swap into Banshee play. Keep an eye on Cure. But he does have quite a diverse array of openers at his disposal. But yes, thank you so much, Juggernaut Jason, and to for Jimmy as well. Thank you. Always appreciate it. Get some rest, buddy. Get some rest. I know it's very late in Europe, and I know it's getting late in the Americas. So look after yourselves. Take care. So for now, we are settling in. Gate Cyber Expand, send it open out of Zoun. Meanwhile, Cure back at home, going once again, not just for the factory, which is what we expected, but does go Marine first into Reactor. So the Reactor is going to be prioritized once again. This could be, instead of Reactor Reaper Hellion, this could be Reactor Marine into Tech Lab. We'll keep an eye on Cure. Zoun does open up with the initial Zealot. Interesting, considering he saw the timing of the factory, but does move out with his first Zealots. I'm not so certain how much he can get done, but we'll see. Meanwhile, yep, there we go. So it's going to be Reactor Rax into Marine production, not into Reaper. We don't quite go for the add-on yet, but we're going and prioritizing a much faster starport this time. So with this, no SCV Scout, no Reaper Scout, no information out of Cure. He's not really too concerned. He's just building up his forces, preserving his gas, and getting into that faster starport. And there is that Tech Lab. So starport, Tech Lab. From here, we can go for an early Cyclone. We can go into even an add-on swap, like Cyclone's add-on swap into Banshee play. We'll see. Or at least that after the drop. Zealot does delay the CC, though. Not bad. Yeah, picking up one worker, one SCV goes down. And again, because these are Marines, they have a hard time keeping up with this. And the CC is delayed. Big delay here. Nice start for Zoun behind this Stargate opener. It's going to be Stargate opener out of our Protoss player. Meanwhile, there it is. It's going to be Cyclone into Cyclone drop early on. Medevac is on the way. Cyclone as well. Zoun is currently not fully aware of this, bearing in mind that he did delay his Sentry for any kind of scout. But that's going to be, well, that is going to be what the Stargate is for instead. Opening up Phoenix. Again, the Stargate openers are quite a rarity at this level of play, currently in the meta. It used to be all the craze a couple of years ago, Phoenix Colossus, but nowadays has fallen out of favor, fallen out of fashion. Nowadays, especially with the more aggressive tendencies of the current meta as well, with a lot of 2-base all-ins, Stargate play can be very risky. So we'll see if he can get away with it. We'll see if he can shut down the drop. Screw does move out, and yep, it is going to be Tech Lab and add-on swap into Cloak Banshee. That was one of the options that we did mention. So Cloak Banshee on the way. And again, this is really relatively trendy as an opener, as a build, especially amongst the Koreans. We'll see if Zoun can confirm. As the drop is spotted. With this, Zoun is now aware of the earlier starport. And nice lift here on the Cyclone. The Phoenix does take a lot of hits though. It does take a lot of damage, and the Phoenix does go down. But alas, will snipe that Cyclone. What's important though, again, he's aware of the earlier starport. Is he aware of what comes next? As he will shut down the drop. Did cost him a Phoenix. We'll clean this up. We'll lose one probe in the process. But this is all just a distraction. Speaking of, more Marines rallying across the map as well. And the Cloak Banshees are coming. Now, when it comes to detection, currently there is no Robo. There's no Robo, but there is a Stargate, so you can reactively make an Oracle. But right now, there's no reason to make an Oracle. So currently, 0 detection. Phoenix moves out, and the Phoenix should be able to confirm. Dips in. Oh, and does see that? Yeah, there we go. He does confirm. Doubles back, sees the research, does spot Cloak Banshee. He knows, he's aware. Back at home. Oracle. I would hope, as Cloak did finish. Banshee's moving in. Yeah, there we go. Oracle's on the way. So Zoun is fully aware. Races back. The Banshee is about to hit. Cloak is done. And the Oracle is a couple of seconds off. But at least it's in production. And with that, the Banshee does reveal itself. Gets one, gets 2 probes. Denies mining time, gets a third probe as well. Takes on 3 workers and will pull away. With that, Phoenixes are on the chase, and oh, they should hunt down this Banshee. Yeah, there's a tag. Banshee does fall, but we have a second Banshee on the way. Kira second guessing himself a little bit here with how he wants to approach. Overall, I would say that Zoun is in a better position. In a way, Kira, he was able to kill 3 probes. That's not good enough for a Cloak Banshee, but he still has that second Banshee alive. He can still find some more damage. He also forced out an Oracle, and he's forcing Zoun to hunt him down instead of harassing the bases and getting an eye on the main army. Ooh, Zoun, he barely will miss the second Banshee. Hallucination is denied. Zoun does not get into the main. We can see a 3-1-1 setup. No tanks. No tank production whatsoever, just purely getting to bio play. Of course, we have the Cyclones as well to help with their anti-air, to help deal with Phoenixes. But as we can see, the Phoenix count is still quite low. Only 3 Phoenixes, and then bam, a hard switch into Chargelot Archon Storm, or Chargelot Storm. Temple Archives on the way. Working towards Storm. Charge is done. Ooh, bold move. Okay, Banshee from one side, drop on the other. And the main army in the center. We'll see if Kira can get past. Ooh, as we will catch a medevac. And nice pick up. Kira is forced back home. At the same time, Banshee does hit the mineral line. Pieces, they do pull away in time. They get a medevac and they up. Oh my god, they do get away. Whew. Zoun pulls away in time. Deflects the Banshee. 2 pro kills, 5 pro kills in total. And the medevac is spotted by the pylon. Stasis Trap slowing down Cure. So far as Zoun, he's mostly keeping up. He's bled out a couple of units here and there, a couple of workers, but he is set up back at home. We have Stasis Traps, we have Shield Batteries. Storm is done in a couple of seconds. It should be done in time for the fight, and Curie doesn't commit. He pulls away. There's that Revelation. Zoun going for a bit of a Zealot run by, nothing major. Will delay the CC. But Curie does race everything back home. And again, there was a window of opportunity. There was a timing where we could have seen Cure try to break Zoun before Storm, but it's too late. Storm is done. Storm is now done. Zoun is now ready. Doesn't have too many High Templar. Doesn't have too much Storm, but 4 High Templar nonetheless. 4 High Templar. Blink is on the way, getting to +2. Zoun is secure on 3 bases, and Cure is now taking his own 3rd. Now remember, that Zealot Run-By also did another thing outside of getting some damage done. That Zealot Run-By saw and confirmed the 3rd CC. So Zoun knows there's no 2-base all in. He knows there's no 2-base all incoming. He knows that he should be safe to expand and get a 4th. And he should be. A little bit surprised. No 4th base yet from the side of Zoun. Zoun is being a lot more safer here. He's throwing down gateways, taking up into a Robo. Ooh, Zoun, quite heavily supply blocked. 4 pylons, 5 pylons going to be thrown down alongside the Nexus. Ooh, that is a pretty big slip up there. But thankfully, he's not being punished, right? Thankfully, Cure isn't moving out. If Cure was pushing, I'd be concerned. But it's okay. He can break out of the supply block. There is no punish. Cure behind this, working towards Ghosts. And here comes a follow-up. 2nd Robo, Bay's on the way for Colossus production. We're gearing up towards a longer game state. Something more important, I would say, than the supply block is just how late the 4th is. Like, the 4th base is late. At this point, Zoun, he should be further ahead in workers. He is not quite. Like, he was playing very safe. As a result, Cure has a better economy, now has a larger army. Yeah, and Cure has a massive force to work with. He's moving in. Right now, there's no Colossus. That's partly because of supply book as well, partly. And EMPs, they can shut this down. It's going to come down to the Storms. Do we Storm first? Do we EMP? Even then, the Storms, they have to connect well. Speaking of, oh, EMP goes off. Does get 1 High Templar. There's still 3 left. There's still Storms available. Another EMP going up. There's that first Storm. There's a second. Does graze the army. We have a couple more Storms left. Oh, mine shots are brutal. Takes down the Zealots. Again, Zoun, he is in trouble here. Gets an okay Storm. He has 2 more, at least. At least 2 more storms. Does get a storm on the ghost. But Marines are pushing forward. Do we have any storms left? We do. Oh, mainly grays, mainly zones. No major connection. And with that, that was the final storm. The final storm. None were too impactful. And Cure, he might be able to break through. I say that Colossus is on the way. And here comes another storm. Okay, there's 1 storm left. Colossus is on the way, just now popping out. Zoun, he's bought enough time for the Colossus. I do feel like Cure could have maybe been a little bit more assertive here. But Zoun, he's holding. He's holding on. Nice storm here on the bio. Colossus has arrived, and now he doesn't have to rely on those storms. Whew. Made it to the Colossus. There's only 2 Vikings. Again, up until this point, Zoun was vulnerable, but now he has a little bit more bite to his army. Oh. Templar does go down. Well, that was a brutal pickoff, actually. Yeah, brutal pickoff. Colossus, they swipe away at the army. They take down the ghosts. The Colossus, they just go ham. Yeah, Vikings focusing on the Phoenixes. And with that, Zoun, he will take the fight. He'll force back here again. The Colossus, they're just so much in the back line. And with that 2 Vikings, down to 1 Viking. Zoun takes the fight, gets a 5th base. Zoun still pushing forward. Has to be careful to overextend. He will delay the 4th CC. Will delay. Now getting to a 3rd Colossus. There's no War Prism with the army, so there's no micro potential. There's no reinforcements either. At least not too quickly. So yeah, this is a little bit dicey here for Zoun to be out in the open like this. Just poking in. Let's poke in. Line shot. Ooh. On the Phoenix. Storm zones. And Zoun has to get the hell out of here. That EMP was brutal. You can see EMP just strip away the shields. Snipe on the High Templar. And Zoun pulls away. Does pull away. Meanwhile, Cure, 2nd starport's in production. A 4th base is now landing. And now going to Mass Viking. Making 4 Vikings at a time. So the air of the Colossus is soon going to be up. Oh, as he is getting caught out. Does get a Viking. At the same time, Zoun does sneak by with the Zealot run by, gets into the mineral line. SCV's going to be going down. Zoun, not bad. Very nice movement. Takes down 7 SCVs, goes to the Planetary. Nice storm. Storm zones away. Planetary does catch fire, and oh my god, barely survives. Barely does survive. 9 SCVs go down. Zoun pulls away with those Zealots. They're still alive. They're still there. But a clutch save by Cure with that repair. Was barely able to repair in time. Barely did save the base. That would have been disastrous. As he pulls away, a bit of a more safer location for the expansion. Further back. Disruptors have arrived. So we've got 2 Novas. And once again, Zoun going in with the run by. Does hit the mineral line. Ooh, but the army's somewhat in position. The Zealots are going to be going down. Here come the Novas. Oh my god, gets a ghost, gets 2. Takes down 2 ghosts. But the Vikings, they do punish. Yeah, there's a recall, and a 2nd Colossus goes down. Zoun did overextend. Bleeds out a lot of his units. That was what? That was over 2 Colossus. Disruptors did make it. Yeah, but Zoun got a little bit too cavalier. Got too excited. Has to pull back. The economy is solid for Zoun, but it takes a while to rebuild that army. Specifically the robo units. Zoun is rebuilding, remaxing. Cure, he's trying to recover. Reestablishing himself. On 4 bases, he's got a lot of SCVs to rebuild. Zoun is rotating out once again. He's got 4 disruptors. Getting a 6th expansion. And what's important here is that Zoun, he has to be active like this because he's expanding so much, right? He has map control, he's taking all these bases, and the goal here is to keep Cure busy, to keep him busy at home, to make sure he doesn't push out. And with this boosted economy here, Zoun, you can afford to trade Zealots. You can see here, it's mainly a Zealot army. It's a very cheap army. So you can poke in, just deal out damage, bleed out Zealots, back off, reinforce, and just keep warping in Zealots. Would be the plan. There we go, does dive in, collapsing on the army. There's an EMP on the disruptors, but ooh, the Nova goes off. Novas, they mainly zone, no major connections. Just have 2 more Novas left. Storm of the army. Diving on top of the Ghosts. The Ghosts are exposed. Yeah, the Ghosts are going down. They're the first to fall. Nova likewise connects as well. Brutal connection. And Zoun falls away. And you can see Zoun, he lost the Colossus. He lost all the Zealots. But these are expendable losses. Connecting once again. And back at home, warping in more Zealots. Just trading out Zealots, backing off, reinforcing, warping in 8 Zealots at a time. Zealots are on the way. Zoun may be getting a little bit too aggressive here. We'll bleed out a Disruptor. Disruptor goes down, but he has, what, 3, 4 Novas left? Plenty of Novas. Yeah, the Terran Army cannot engage. Being zoned away, just perpetually zoned away by those Disruptors. Ooh, Novas do connect. Brutal connections. Nice wins towards the end. The Novas are on cooldown. There's 1 Nova left. Yeah, and GG gets called. It's just too much to handle. Zoun, he breaks through the expansion, and Zoun, he will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the winners match. GG. Whew. Oh my god. GG, well played. Zoun, he will claim the series 2-0. Bearing in mind, this is the GSL Season 1 runner-up in Cure, coming in as a heavy favorite. And Zoun, remember, last season, he even failed to qualify for GSL Season 1. He got knocked out in the qualifiers in Code A. Didn't even make it through, but here he opens up strong with a 2-0 win. GG well played. When it comes to the games themselves, I was most impressed by Game 1. Like, Game 1 was very, very impressive by Zoun to be able to keep up with all the aggression, to be able to catch Cure with his pants down, and to be able to overwhelm. Like, Game 1 was insane. Game 2 was a lot more clutch. Game 2 was very much so a lot more clutch, just because Zoun was late to expand, late to get his 4th base, and we spoke about it at the time. There was a big window in time there. There was definitely a window available where Cure could punish Zoun. Before Zoun had Colossus, before Zoun had his 4th base saturated, when Zoun was defending his 4th base with 4 High Templar, and those storms were so precious, and he was barely getting for the storms. 1 High Templar got EMP'd. And there was a period in time there where he had no storm. He had no storm, he had no Colossus, but Cure, he wasn't pressing that advantage. He didn't realize, obviously, he didn't realize that there were no storms left. So he was posturing, he wasn't pushing in, and it allowed Zoun to buy enough time to get the Colossus. Then he got away with it. He defended the 4th base, and that's the moment where everything swung in favor of Zoun. That's when he won the fight and never lost map control. That was like the pivotal moment of that second game, and there was definitely a strong moment for Cure, but fell by the wayside. Wasn't quite able to take advantage. GG, well played. Whew. Again, very intense a series there, and with that, Zoun will claim it. And now we're getting ready for our next matchup here. Again, this was merely the first 2 players in Group A. Now we have our next 2 rising up to the challenge. We have a ZVP between Creator and Solar. Let's go. Here we go. We have a Creator and Solar coming up next. Again, similarly to the previous series, Creator is another player that did fail to qualify for GSL Season 1. He wasn't quite able to make it through. Creator, he had a bit of a rougher time in the qualifiers, as did Zoun, as did Shin, as is Bunny. Like, there were a lot of key players that didn't quite make it through. Ryung as well. A lot of key players that didn't quite make it into GSL Season 1, but here coming into GSL Season 2, he has made his way into the group stage, and we'll see how he fares against Solar. Oh boy. Here we go, as Game 1 is going to be on Persephone once again. Here we go. As we are jumping into that first game. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Persephone, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg representing Team Falcons. It is Solar. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Alcadzia Esports. It is a Creator. Go. Whew. as we calm things down, as we do settle in to our ZVP. And again, Creator, he does have his own kind of unique flair to PvZ, 100%. He is a little bit more tame at times. I say that Creator, he is willing to open up glaives, 100%. He's willing to play glaives, but likewise, he's also more willing to play a more ground-heavy, robust style, a little bit less so willing to go into Sky Toss and more so willing to double down on Immortal Archon, getting towards the mid-game, into the mid to late game against a lurker-based army. That's typically where Creator does thrive. But we'll see if we can get there. Likewise, Solar is also, I was going to say a little more standard. Specifically in ZVP, Solar is more aggressive. We've seen a lot of specifically 3-base all-ins. Like 3-base all-ins from Solar has been very trendy from our Zerg player here, depending on the map. But he's very much so one to get up to 3-base saturation, get a 4th base just for Larva, and then just send it across the map with Ling Hydra, or even with Ling Roach Ravager, or Roach Hydra, or just Hydra. Like, again, there are different kind of variations of all-in depending on his upgrades, depending on his tech up. Sometimes it doesn't even saturate his 3rd base, sometimes it hits even earlier. But we have seen a lot of aggression from Solar as of late in PvZ. But we'll see how he approaches Creator coming into Persephone. For now, standard opener. For now, hatch gas pull. Just catching up. Oh, thank you so much, Keeper. Thank you so much. Gah, baby, gah. Thanks for the cast. Much love, baby, much love. Do appreciate it. Do appreciate it, as Creator does open up Stargate, standard opener, Stargate opener into Oracle, into a 3rd base. And we're looking for a couple of key moments here. Basically, Creator is going to get a 3rd for sure, but does he open Oracle? Does he open Void Ray? Does he open Phoenix? Does he go Oracle into Phoenix? So curious to see what his opener or what his units of choice are going to be. Likewise, the timing of his Twilight Council, the timing of his Forge after the 3rd. So keep an eye on the tech of Creator. Meanwhile, from the side of Solar, we're waiting to see if he does go for an earlier lair or not, what tech he goes for at around the 430 mark. Until then, we're joining with saturating. We are building up. Building up here as we have more of a tame early game. We do have 2 adepts here out of Creator, and 2 adepts they can one-shot drones, but they have yet to really be too assertive so far. Just poking in, doesn't quite commit. Solar has plenty of Lings, he does respect the adepts, and even here looking to try to punish. Lings do move out, they try to surround the adepts, but the Oracle's in position, adepts are kept safe, and Creator here will force Solar back. Likewise, there's the 3rd expansion, 2nd Oracle behind this, opening up a double Oracle. We'll see if we go up to 3. There's no major damage yet here. Solar is in position. We have a Spore at the natural, we have a Spore in the main. Queens are keeping up with the rotations for the most part, and it is going to be a Twilight Council follow-up here out of Creator, and we are looking and waiting for the Forge. As Lings, they do sit by. Oracles are zoned back. Gateways are being thrown down. Where is that Forge, by the way? Now, if we go on any longer without a Forge, then this does look like Glaive Adepts. So we could see a Glaive follow-up here. Yes, more Gateways are on the way. Show us that upgrade. Show us what you got. Glaives. Glaives are on the way. Again, the reason why this should be Glaives is because without a Forge, I mean, the Forge is ideal when it comes to building up your Stalkers or Zealots. It does scale well with your upgrades, with your army, I should say. Adepts don't really benefit. They don't really benefit from upgrades from the Forge. So this is for more Adepts, more Warpins, more aggressive, of course. And we'll see if Creator can pull this off unscouted. Meanwhile, safety Roachhorn. Safety Roachhorn on Solo. We're waiting for his tech of choice. It is going to be a lair into a safety Roachhorn here, so he will have units to defend. Likewise, very nice SimCity. There is a tumor in the way, which can be a concern when it comes to fully walling off. But for the most part, Solar, he does have the tools at least to deal with this. Now it's going to be up to Solar to determine what's happening. As you can see, we are banking up the Adepts. Adepts are banking up in the main. And seeing the handful of adepts here is not a tell. Like 4 adepts is normal. Like 4, 5, 6 adepts is normal in this kind of game state. And here we go. Now we're going to move out. Overlord did not scout. Overseer's morphing in, and here comes the army. Here come the mass adepts. And behind this, we have some roaches in production. Oracles, they dive in. They get a couple of drone kills. Still no scout of what's going on. But thankfully, Solar, he is making safety roaches. Roach speed is on the way. Now late forge here by Creator, now catching up with his upgrades, and because of how late those upgrades are going to be, this has to get damage done. As this is quite committed here from a Creator. Not like he's all in, but he has to make it worth his while. So far, threatening a dive. Do you see what I see? Overlord speed. Ooh, Solar. After he defends, he's planning for an all-in. Solar is planning for a big German taxi. He's loading up. Getting the taxis ready. Adepts, they throw in the shade. So far, Soul is teaming up with the Adepts. So far, no economic damage. Adepts, they do get a roach. They trade with the roaches somewhat at least. They're going for the queen even, but there's transfuse. One queen does go down. And here comes a counterattack. We spoke earlier how Solar is quite fond of all-ins, but this is more of a reactive all-in here. Solar cutting works at 62, 4th base just for Larva, and here we go. The Dropper Lords are coming, the army is massing, and Solar's getting ready for a brutal counterattack. Now, what is our attempt to defend? We have 1 shield battery, we have some Stalkers, Blink is halfway done, +1 is not going to be a factor, not in this defense. Again, this needs to do more damage. Defensively, Adepts are not going to be ideal, not against this kind of army, and Creator's in trouble. Creator, he is in trouble. Here we go. The army does push out. Even getting topped up by the healing pad. There's that revelation. Creator, he knows. And we have a wall of shield batteries. More shield batteries, more cannons on the way. Creator is getting ready, but again, I just don't know if it's going to be enough. Here come the queens. Queens, they drop off. Oracle taking a lot of damage. Solar moving in. Does move in. Here we go. Ling dropping to the main at the same time. Go for the drop. Stasis is denied. Solar, he dives in. Again, there are some shield batteries, there are some cannons. Queens dropping into the main army. They're dropping on top of the Oracles. Files, they shut down the shield battery. Stalkers are pinned against the wall. Blink is still not yet done. And brutal losses, brutal shades. The Queens did fall. The cannon did help with that. Okay. Queens did go down. Oracles, they're going ham. And Creator, he's holding. Creator, he's holding on. And Solar, I mean, he doesn't really get much damage done here. He gets 6 probes, that's all he gets. He has to keep going. He's still all in. He's still all in. The Oracles, they get free damage on the army. Again, the Queens, like, they were within range of the cannons. Like, the Queens were the first to go down. Creator, overextending a little bit here. He's getting caught out in the open. Ooh. Leading out Stalkers, he will lose the Immortal as well. Yeah, he does overextend. And Soul's not droning. He's still not droning up. He is transferring. Bear that in mind. As he's running out of mineral patches elsewhere. So does transfer. Queen's walking across the map. Spreading creep. Ling dropping to the main. Did not get much damage done. Again, the cannon was ready. The cannon did deal with it. Impressive defense here by Creator, but he's not out of the woods yet. It's not over. The all-in is not over. Here comes the second wave. Now this time, Creator has Blink from the get-go. He has Blink from the beginning. +1 is now done, so +1 is going to be a factor. Ooh, as the Stalkers take a lot of hits. Take a lot of damage. Wolves moving in. They are spreading creep. Oh, the Immortal is getting caught out, taking a lot of damage. Files on the shield battery. Depowers one of the gateways. And Stalkers, we have to engage. Again, takes down the gateway, takes down the cyber core, no more Stalker reinforcements. Just Zealots. And they're going to be slow lots as well. And Solar making his way into the natural. Again, he wants that Robo. Milestone away. Immortal under fire. Oh, and yeah, Creator, he just cannot push into this. Or he's having a hard time pushing in. From the low ground, Robo is picked off. No more Immortals. Just purely Zealots. There's still no cyber core. Yeah, the cyber core, it's late. Cyber core is being rebuilt, but still not done. Only Zealot weapons and Oracles. And Solar's done it. Solar, he has done it. The first wave struggled, and Solar definitely had a bit of a lackluster execution of the first wave. But the second one is here. Second one breaks through. Zoun's back Creator. And he has done it. He has broken the third. Has broken the main army. Cybercore now rebuilt. Now we can warp in Stalkers. But GG gets called, and Solar, he will punish Creator. He will take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played again. Creator, he just had a rough opener, I should say. Even though the Twilight Council did not get scouted, even though Solar, he was not fully aware of the Glaive Adepts, Solar was playing safe. He was playing safe. He did go for the Roach Warren. It is not uncommon for Zerg players to skip their Roach Warren and just go Ling Hydra, but that wasn't the case for Solar. Solar, he got the Roach Warren. He did make safety Roaches as well, and he was more or less prepared for the Adepts. And as a result, we saw that he got no damage. He killed 1 Queen. Yeah, he killed 1 Queen, and he killed maybe 2 Roaches. Like, that's all he really got with the Adepts. And we saw that Solar, he was so quick to respond with Overlord speed on 62 drones. 62 drones, Overlord speed into the German taxi across the map, into the all-in. I will say that Creator had a very impressive defense. I will say that Solar was looking maybe a little bit too excited with his Queen movements, as we were pointing out, the Queens, they were dropped into the middle line, dropped onto the cannon alongside the Oracles. So the Queens, they went down so fast. They didn't have the opportunity to go for any transfuse, so the Queens were the first things to go down, so the Oracles got free damage, and Creator had an impressive hold, but still not enough. Still not enough. GG, well played. And with that, Solar takes the lead, and now we are jumping into game number 2. Game 2 is going to be on Ultra Love. It's going to be on Ultra Love. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the Red Protoss representing Alkadzia Esports. Down in the series, we'll see if he can bounce back and make a series out of this. It is Creator. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Team Falcons, leading the series 1-0. It is Solar. We go. Whew. As Creator, he was trying to be a little bit cheeky in that last game by going into those Glaive Adepts, but last Solar, he was playing safe, and now I would imagine that Creator's going to calm down after game 1, especially because it's a best of 3, right? It's a very short format. Best of 3s are brutal, you know, one small misstep and you're suddenly on match point. So alas, from here, we're expecting some more standard play out of Creator, but welcome to Ultra Love. Ultra Love is a smaller map, a shorter rush distance by ground, and we have seen Solar all in on Ultra Love many times. Not saying he has to, he did all in last game, but just to reiterate, that last game, it was a reactive all in, right? It was meant to punish the aggressive and failed aggression of Creator. That's why Solar cut workers and just sent it across the map to punish his opponents. Here we might see Solar be a little bit more assertive and more willingly kind of like embrace a more aggressive style. We'll see though, we'll see. It depends on how confident he feels. Does he feel the need to risk going for something like an all-in on Ultra Love? He could just play it a standard game. We'll keep an eye on him. Keep an eye on Solar. Hatch gas pool, standard opener. Likewise, Creator going for a gate expand into Cybercore. So far so good. Oh god. I'm trying out some new tea today. I just sipped on some ginger tea, and boy, that's a lot of ginger. That's I'm good. I'm good. I'm awake. As we have his Twilight Council. Okay, so when we spoke about Creator, how last game he went for a Stargate opener into Glaive Adepts and the aggression failed, I was curious and I was about to say, oh, Creator's probably just gonna, play it safe. No, he doubles down. Twilight Council opener out of Creator, not a Stargate, not this time. And with this, we have two options. We can either commit into much earlier, much more committed Glaive Adepts, or we can go for a DT based opener instead. What's it gonna be? So far, we're staying in gas. If we pull out of gas, if we pull 1 and 1 out, and looks like we're doing so, you can see 2 out of 3, 2 out of 3, Glavideps. Glavideps here by Creator. So this is going to hit earlier, this is going to hit faster, it's going to hit harder. But I would also argue it's easier to scout. I say that the Overlord is zoned away. Ooh, oh no! Oh my god, he's not on the pillar! Not on the pillar! He was off center. The Overlord goes down. Solar gets supply blocked, and Solar fails to scout. Oh boy, a shaky start here from Solar, losing that 1 Overlord. Still supply blocked, by the way. He's got 2 Overlords on the way. And Solar, will he play safe? That's the question. He's playing blind. He's playing blind. The gateways are finishing up. Robo is now done, going for the Prism, going for the Adepts across the map. And Solar, does he play safe? Basically waiting at the 4-minute mark. At the 4-minute mark, we'll see if we throw down a Roach Warren. Yep, there it is. Oh, even before, 3:47. So earlier Roach Warren, very safe play. Solar, he doesn't know what's going on. He doesn't see what's happening, but he has a feeling. He has a feeling. He's a little bit scared. He takes the risk, early Roach Warren, and it's going to work out well for him. Whew. Okay. Them gamer senses, they be tingling. So Roach Warren has been thrown down. Lings, they move out. And here comes that Prism. Here comes Glavideps. Again, it's going to be 4-gate. Yeah, 4-gate Glavideps. Lings, they will hit the natural, going for the Stalker, forcing an offensive warp in, at least somewhat. But here come the Adepts. Solar Cuz works at 39. Does got workers. And as they push in, Solar, he has to respect them, he has to back up, he has to evacuate, and it looks like 1 drone goes down. Gets 1 so far. Lings, they bust in. Ooh, Lings, they bust into the main. That should not have happened. Getting 1, getting up to potentially 2 probes. Causing a little bit of chaos. Queens, one of them goes. Oh, one of them is going to go down. Warp it into the main is denied, but the queens are exposed. Getting another queen. Yeah, 2 queen kills. 2 queens do fall. Roach is now in production. So this is some damage here by Creator, but he's still losing probes in the main. Ay. Losing 2 probes in the main, which doesn't sound like a lot, but I mean, this early on. Meanwhile, Creator expanding. Of course, bearing in mind, this is no all-in. There's no all-in, but this is committed. Like, this is aggressive. This has to get damage done. And so far, has gotten 2 queens, has gotten 1 drone. Does focus down the roaches. Adepts, they bust into the main, but last Solar, he's waiting for it. Prism in as well. Prism is denied. More Prism is denied. Hatchery taking a lot of damage. And Adepts, they're actually trading quite well for themselves. They're picking up roaches. Roaches are going down. Where's that link support? So not too bad here by Creator, but oh, towards the end does bleed out more Adepts. Does bleed out more units. Likewise, Lings, they get across the map. They once again force offensive warp-ins. They head towards the 3rd. Oh my god. Almost gets us around. Almost. And Solar's all in. Just like the last game, Solar, he's not droning. After the aggressive build out of Creator, Solar, his goal here is to punish. Is to punish by committing into an all-in, by moving out across the map, backing on what is it to defend. There are Glavideps, and there's an Immortal on the way. Sorry, 1's already done, 2nd's on the way. Shield Biters are being thrown down. There are a couple of force fields, a couple of sentries. But this should be Ling Ravager out of Solar. Oh, where are we going? Where are we headed? Does push towards the natural. Sentries do respond. Files that will zone away the ground army. Yeah, the Immortal is going to be saved. Solar does rotate over towards the 3rd. He's moving in, collapsing on the army. And still by the force fields, they're applying some time with the Biles. Ooh, they connect. Yeah, Biles do connect. Army's getting caught. Pylon goes down, depowers the shield batteries. And the 3rd is broken. The 3rd is broken. And there's no saving this. Behind this, now Solar drones. Now he's droning up. Now he's going to be saturating. Likewise, wants to trade. Oh. Biles on the Cybercore. 3rd base goes down. And Solar, he doesn't have to try to break this, but he can poke in, and we'll see if he can snipe that Cybercore. It's quite low. Cybercore is low. There's no force fields to punish. I respect it. He backs off. He backs off. He's keeping up with the Prism. He's keeping up behind this droning, saturating. I do think that Solar could have maybe gone for a little bit more damage, but I mean, he wasn't aware if there were many sentries here to punish. to lock in the army. So Solo pulls away. And now the pressure is on Creator. Creator, what's the plan? He's expanding. He's expanding. Now working towards Blink. Like, Blink is so late because of the game state of this game. So late Blink, late +1. Creator's being somewhat active. But Solo, he's free to get a 4th base, drone up to 66. He's almost there. 66 is 3 base saturation. And thankfully, Creator, he is at least moving out with some of his army. Like, he has to do something. He can't just stay back. Like, Creator, he can't just stay back. He can't just defend. Otherwise, he will fall behind. He has to apply some pressure. It's risky, but it's necessary. As things are, they catch transferring workers. Probe's going to be going down. 3 probe kills. Creator gets forced back for a moment. From here, Solo could even go into Spire if he wanted to, into Mutas. What's the plan? Do we go for the Spire? Do we go for the Hydrogen? Do we just max out on Lingbane Roach Ravager, or just Ling Roach Ravager? Solo, he has options. Oh. Prison pulls away. Prison pulls away. Likewise, Solar, he's almost maxed out. He's forcing his way into the natural, and he does break through. There's a force field. Sentry goes down. And no more force fields. Files on the Cyber Core. Ooh, mainly on the gateway, actually. Mainly on the gateway. And again, we do see some decent force fields here, but there's just not much of an army left here for a Creator. He blinks away. Sentries are exposed. Sentries are going down, and slowly just rallying behind this. Just mass Ling, mass Roach. Just brute forcing his way through the 3rd. And we'll see if he has enough to break through. The boys are being pulled. Boys are being pulled. Stalkers are getting low. No more shield battery. The Immortals overextend. And he does it. He does it. He breaks the 3rd base. GG gets called. Solar, he will overwhelm. And Solar, he will take the series 2-0. Advancing on to the winners match. GG. GG, well played. A similar story in Game 1 and Game 2, with Creator going for Glaive Adepts in both games in different ways, right? If you remember, Game 1 was a standard Stargate opener into a 3rd base into hidden Glaive Adepts. Here in Game 2, it was a little more upfront in a sense, just going for a Twilight Council opener into 4-gate Glaive Adepts instead. So very aggressive builds here by Creator. Unfortunately, Solo was playing safe. Solo was playing safe both games. If you remember, Game 1, Solo, he went for around a 5-minute Roach Warren, just a safety Roach Warren timing, just to make sure he had Roaches to work with instead of skipping them into going into Ling Hydra. Likewise, here in Game 2, Creator, he did snipe the Overlord, he did deny the vision, deny the scouting, and it was looking a little bit suspicious, so Solar, he responded with his own Roach Warren just before the 4-minute mark at like 3:47, so an earlier Roach Warren there, and with that, he completely shut down both Adepts, and he turned them he turned the defense both games into an offense, into a counter all-in, and alas, Creator was overwhelmed. I mean, this is the reason why Twilight Council play and Glaive Adept play isn't seen too often. It's good to mix in, like even Hero and Max Packs, even Max Packs mixes in every now and then. Like, it's good to mix into a series and good to mix into a best of, but ideally you don't want to rely on it. You don't want to rely on that just because, especially once you do it once, then your opponent's on notice, right? Then your opponent is a little more aware and a little more cautious about that sort of play. So doing it once is fine, but doing it twice, 2 games in a row, like, it was a little bit risky there. And in the end, didn't quite pay off. Solar, he shut it down at both games. GG. GG well played. Very nice defensive play there by Solar as he does claim the series. And Creator, he gets knocked down to the elimination match. Here we go. And that does allow us to catch up on the bracket itself. Here we go, as we switch things over and catch up on the matches here in this group. Here we have Group A. We have initially Zoun. Zoun took down Cure 2-0. Again, very intense games there between Kira and Zoun. I do highly recommend the VODs if you missed out on the first set of matches. But Zoun did take down Kira 2-0. Solar just took down Creator 2-0. And now we have the second half of the broadcast ahead of us. We have the winners match, which is going to be Zoun versus Solar, to determine which of these two players will be the first to make it through into the round of 8. And we have the elimination match, which is between Kira and Creator, the first player to be removed and eliminated from GSL Season 2. Oh boy. So here we go. So we have the winners match, we have the elimination match, and we have the decider match thereafter as well. Again, we have 3 best of 3s remaining in today's broadcast, and for now, we're going to be going on a short break. Okay, we're halfway through, Pipe, so we're going to be going on a short 5-minute break. Take this moment to get some snacks, get some food, get some water, drain your disruptors, massage your marines, and hydrate all of your hydras. We'll be back soon with the second half, with the remainder of Group A, with Zoun and Solar. See you soon. See you soon after the break. Oh. welcome back everyone, welcome back to the 2025 GSL Season 2 broadcast of the Ro12 of Group A. We are halfway through the broadcast. We just wrapped up with Match 1 and Match 2, and now we're here with our winners match. Here we go, we're here with Solar and Zoun. Solar just took down Creator 2-0, Zoun just took down Cure 2-0 as well, both looking quite strong in their respective matchups, but how do they compare to each other? Here we go. There's a lot to get into when it comes to both Solar and Zoun, and I'll be honest, I don't think we really got to see much of Solar's play. When it came to the previous series, yes, we already saw Solar in his EVP. That's true. That's true. We saw him in his EVP matchup, but Solar, he was very much so reacting to Creator. Creator, game 1, game 2, different forms of Glaive Adepts, and both games, Solar playing safe, did defend, and then did counterattack with an all-in. And both games was successful after punishing Creator. So I don't think we really got to see much of his more standard or even mid-game. Again, he was all just reacting to Creator's aggression. So we'll see how Zoun will adjust his approach. Does he also try to go Glaives at some point, or do we have a more standard approach instead? We're here to find out. We're here to find out as we are jumping to game 1, as we are jumping into, once again, every series so far has begun on Persephone. Let's go. Let us go. So we are loading into Persephone here for the first game of the series. As a reminder, this is a best of 3, and the winner of the series will be advancing on into the next round of GSL, into the round of 8. Let's go. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Persephone, we have the red Protoss player. We have the South Korean Protoss representing Team Vitality. It is Zoun. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Zerg player, the blue Zerg player himself, the Zerg player himself from South Korea, representing Team Falcons. It is a Solar. Este Ralbax. Aye. True. Look, it makes sense, okay? These young kids taking our acronyms. They're taking them away. But let's go. As we are settling into our first game of the series, and again, for the last EVP, we did see Creator just go for non-stop Glaive Adepts here, was shut down. Zoun, I'm sure he was watching, I'm sure he's fully aware, and we'll see how he will adjust. Now, what I will say coming into this is that Zoun was looking very impressive against Cure. Likewise, he's also been looking very impressive in PvP. I would go as far as to say that Zoun's currently weakest matchup is PvZ. I should also emphasize, it is the matchup that he's been working on the most. It is the matchup that he's been working on. He's aware of it. He's aware of some weak points, and he has been working on it. I know that he even reached out to Hero for a little bit, but I mean, Hero has his own style of PvZ, to be fair. So we'll see how Zoun has been able to prepare for GSL for this group, for Solar. That's also the great thing about GSL, is that, again, you do have time to prepare for your match ahead of time. You are aware of your opponents, so you can prepare some specialized builds and some specialized play. As for now, Solar forced take the unnatural. The pylon block did make Solar a little bit more uncomfortable here in the early game, as he does split off. And we'll see how he will adjust. Again, this just means that it's going to be a little bit more awkward to defend against the early game Adepts, just a little bit. But so far, in this kind of game state, at this stage of the meta and this far into StarCraft, Zerg players are very much so used to it. Used to defending in this position behind the Stargate opener out of Zoun, opening up Stargate, getting into his Oracle play. Just like last game, from here, Zoun has the option to go into Oracle. He can go into Void Ray, he can go Phoenix, he can go Oracle into Phoenix. Like, there are different variations of Stargate play that he can go for. I know for a while he was quite fond of Void Ray openers, especially back like in December, January. But that has fallen by the wayside. At least for Zoun. Likewise, Solar's just droning up. And our first moment here that we're going to be looking for is the tech of choice for Zoun. Oracle into a third. Into what? Do we go for a Twilight Council without Forge into Glaive Adepts? Do we go for a Forge alongside it? Do we go for an early Forge into Charge instead? Zoun does have options, as it is going to be the Oracle first, not Void Ray. So the Oracle is moving out. Pylon is thrown down, getting ready for that tech further behind the main. As Stalker does zone away the Oracle. Sorry, does zone away the Overlord. Adept does shade into the middle line, getting 2 drones, not bad. 2 drones go down, but for 2 Adepts, not the best trade for Zoun. In losing those Adepts, that tells me that Zoun has less to defend his third base, so instantly Link counterattack. Link counterattack across the map. Solo, he's moving out to deny the third, and the Oracle has to stay back home. Has to stay home here. Link's in position. He fans out towards both third base locations. And Zoun, he's going to have to fight for his third base now a little bit more than he would otherwise have to. Yeah, the Oracle's ready. The probe is stuck here at the natural. And so far, this is a nice delay. Oh, he dives in, gets the probe, does pick up the probe, does delay the third. Nice pick up here from Solar. Get no mage damage, but does delay. As now Zoun will expand. Behind the Solar, he's droning. He's saturating. We do have our Twilight Council, our take of choice here for Zoun. And we are now waiting for the Forge. There it is, Forge on the way. Ooh, something that we have not seen today, actually. But Twilight Council into Forge. Now, the timing's here a little bit off because the third base is late. But this should be Blinken +1. Should just be Blinken +1. Solar playing safe, Roach1. There it is. That was around a 4:45-ish Roach1 timing. So if this was a Depths, then Solo would be ready for it. But as we can see, it's not a Depths. Yeah, Blink is on the way. Solo just playing safe. After the series against Creator, it makes sense. It makes sense he would just play safe. Just be a little bit more reserved. Oracle's making the way in between the bases. Not bad. Catching out 1, 2, 3 transferring drones. Very nice catch. Zoun finding damage. Adepts on the right-hand side. They're shading in. Ooh, don't quite commit. Don't quite commit. Right now, it's all on Solo to keep up with the aggression of Zoun. Meanwhile, Eva Chamber is now done. From here, do we go into melee? Do we go into range? What's the upgrade of choice? These gases are being taken. Going up to 5 gases. Going up to 6. Are we crazy enough to go for a Spire? Are we going into Mutas? That's a lot of gas. What is the take of choice? Show us the Hydrogen or the Spire. It's going to be one or the other. Okay, plus on melee. Plus on melee. We have Roach Speed on the way as well. It looked like Solar, he was still deciding himself. Like, he did have... There was a period of time that we were just waiting. With melee being researched, it looks like... Oh, I was going to say further tech. I was going to say Hydrogen. He hides the Spire. He's crazy. He does hide the Spire. Okay. Again, the 6 gases were telling here that it was going to be very tech heavy, and this is going to be a hidden Spire out of Solar, going into Mutas. Oh boy, cheeky build here by Solar, very cheeky. We'll see if we can get away with it. We'll see if we can go by unscouted. Now, the gases were a tell. Zoun, he hasn't seen. He didn't confirm gases at the natural, didn't confirm gases in the main, so he's unaware of how much gas Solar has. So he's working with incomplete information. Revelation here at the natural. Solar moving out. Applying pressure. There is enough to defend back at home. We have shield batteries. We have stalkers. +1 is finishing. And Zoun does catch the army. And again, Solar, he has no intention to commit. He's just posturing. Just posturing. From here, pulls away, bleeds out a roach, bleeds out 2 roaches. Oh, 3 roaches even. Yeah, nice engage here from Zoun. Does pull away the weakened Stalker. Very nice control. Blinks on forward, punishes the roaches even more. And these nice trades. Meanwhile, we have 10 Mutas on the way. Roach speed did complete. Melee is almost done. And so far, Zoun has no idea. He has no idea that Mutas are coming. Going to plus on their attack. It looks like Solar, he's committing into mass Muta. Why now just dancing with the army, poking, prodding, trading in the bases. Oh, we are ready. Oh my god. He didn't scout, by the way. He has no idea, but we have a cannon, we have a shield battery already in position. The natural's exposed, but the main is secure. And the Mutas are revealed. Emus are revealed here on the right hand side, and now Zoun is full. Sorry, Zoun. Now Zoun is fully aware. Phoenix production has begun. A second Stargate's on the way. Getting a solid setup here from Zoun. Solar does try to dive. Going for the base. The fourth base is on the fire. It's going to be canceled. That's a kill. Kill under cancel on the fourth. Brutal pickup. Mutas rotate over towards the third base. There is some side defensive position. Or at least some. Yeah, the gases are exposed. Going for the gas geyser. Ling Roach moving in once again. The fourth base this time is secure. And Mutas haven't dealt critical damage yet, only getting 2 probes. Only 2 workers. Nothing major. Zoun, he's holding on. Is holding on. Solar pulling away. Rotating over. That's still a lot of mutas. That's 24. Like, again, despite the Phoenixes, despite the setup, Solar, he's still just doubling down, just going mass muta. Mass mutaling. And he will get 1 Phoenix. He will get 1. He will. He does not. Nice movement here by Zoun. There we go. 1 Phoenix does fall. Meanwhile, Lings, they dive on top of the fourth base. We have Lings here on the right hand side as well. And Zoun is keeping up. It's keeping up at the last minute. They dive into the middle line. 12 probes go down. Ay, ay, ay. Came for the production. And more Phoenixes are falling. We need some Blink Stalkers here. We need some kind of support. But some rough losses for Zoun. Leading out another Phoenix. Losing a little bit too much. So 12 probe kills. That was how many Phoenixes? That was 4 Phoenixes going down as well. And Solar is not done. He's going to keep on going. How good are the storms going to be? For now, just zoning. Zoning storm. Mutas into the main. This time there are Stalkers in position. Phoenixes, they do punish that much harder. Yeah, better engage here by Zoun. Much better. Trading out Stalkers, that's true, but he's killing Mutas. Yeah, again, very nice movement with the Phoenixes. Picking up even more. Oh my god, so many Mutas going down. And another. We'll lose 2 Phoenixes in the process. At the same time, massive Link counterattack here at the third. Zoun not quite in position, but the side defense is buying time. It's buying time. As Mutas, they catch another Phoenix. Oh, they try to. Now pulling away. Getting surrounded. But Zoun, he's holding his own. That was how many? That was 28 Mutas going down. These are expensive losses for Solar. Throwing down more more stasis traps, more shield batteries, more cannons. The Phoenix count is still relatively low, so that's why we can still commit to mass muta. We even have a corruptor in the mix as well. Ooh. Links are deflected. Zealots are ready. Storm coming in. Big reaction. Storms. Oh my god, they do connect. Massive storms. And one more storm would be enough. Mutas, they get the hell out of there. They're so incredibly low. 1 storm would just end this. Meanwhile, Lings, they commit. Oh, the Zealots are out of position. Yeah, Zealots out of position. That was a bit of an F2 there from Zoun. But he does hold. We'll lose the cannon. Cannon does go down. Yeah, it does rebuild. Like, the cannons, they're not here to defend. They're here to delay. They're here to just give the Protoss time to react. So important that he does replace them. Takes down another Corruptor. And Zoun, he should have this. He should have this. The Archon has arrived as well. Oof. Say that we have a decent storm on the Mutas. Decent storms. Lings, they collapse in. Where are their Zealots? Yeah, the Zealots, once again, Zealots out of position. They were in the main. Brutal. Oh, but the storms! Oh my god, the Mutas! They take the storms to the face. And Solar, he plummets in supply. He will lose everything. The Lings and Mutas go down. I'm afraid to look. How many? 50? 62. 62 Mutas. Ay, ay, ay. And Zoun, he's running away with this. Now it's time to counterattack. Now it's time to move out. Solar, he is crippled. Takes all the storms to the face, man. Yay, yay, yay. And there are some Banelings on the way. We have some Queens to defend. Mutas are trying to hold their own. But Zoun, he just rallies in. He just rallies across the map. The Banelings are almost done, but even if they finish, it's not going to be enough. They will take down the Zealots at least. Some of them. Oof. As we're down to a handful of mutas. They are being cleaned up. Every muta goes down. GG gets called, and Zoun, he will take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. With that, Zoun does take a lead. Again, Solar, he just did not do enough damage. As we were mentioning at the time, the Spire did go unscouted, but Zoun was playing safe. Zoun, he recognized, hold up, you're being aggressive with Lings with Roaches, but you're not making additional Roaches, you're not making additional Hydras. It is not uncommon to go Ling Roach into Muta, so we already saw that Zoun, he was somewhat prepared. He had a cannon and shield battery in the main base. Once the Mutas were revealed, he did have a very good response, and the Mutas did not really do much damage. He got 12, there was that one dive where Solar got 12 probes. He got 12 probes in the main. That was the one good fight or good trade that he had where he got 12 workers, and I think he killed like 3 phoenixes. That was okay, but after that he didn't really get much more damage done. Like, Zoun was doing a great job here at defending, at securing his 4 bases, and Solar, he was just ramming his face against a brick wall, and he was just not able to trade efficiently enough. He was not able to do enough economic damage or army damage either, and we saw in the end he was overwhelmed. Dived too far in and was just stormed heavily to death. GG. The storms were brutal, Patty. They were brutal. And with that, we're now getting into game number 2, and we'll get into game number 2. What a crushing position to lose from. I would say that Solar was never ahead. Just to reiterate, Solar only had one good fight with the mutas. Zoun was in a pretty good position, like, throughout. He didn't take critical damage. Again, the most damage he took were those 12 probes, which just those 12 probes. Like, Zoun, he was more or less prepared. So there was a lot of pressure on Solar to try to find some more damage, and he wasn't quite able to do so. Here we go. As we're now getting into game number 2. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the Blue Zerg, representing Team Falcons. Down in the series, we'll see if he can bounce back, we'll see if he can recover and force the ace match. It is Solar. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Team Vitality. It is Zoun. We go. As yeah, Solar here never quite found himself in the lead that he was hoping to find himself in that last game. And again, that is the risk you take with mutas. Like, mutas, winding it back a little bit, ideally when you go into muta play in this matchup, you do want to go unscouted, you want to catch your opponent off guard, but that did not happen. Right? That did not happen this game. Again, Zoun, he was already prepared in the bases. And Solar, he just doubled down, he just committed, hoping to get some damage done. Now, after the failed muta play in game 1, I would not expect to see that again here in this series. Maybe in the ace match, but no shot we see it here in game 2. It's very map specific. Very map specific. And here, the rush distance by ground is a lot shorter than on Persephone. So it'd make more sense to go for something more ground-oriented instead. As we are getting into our openers. So far, so good. And from here, we'll keep an eye out once again on the tech. It should be a Stargate opener, but we'll see. Based on the final location, yeah, it should be a Stargate opener here by Zoun into Oracle, into a third base. Just like last game, we're going to be keeping an eye on the timings here of our tech, on the Twilight Council, on the Forge. We'll see if Solar can once again delay the third. That was something that he was able to pull off last game, which was delay the third base and disrupt the build slightly of Zoun. True. Was able to pull that off. As is a Stargate from our Protoss. So far, so standard. Likewise, at last game, Solar, he went for a safety Ro12, which didn't really come into play. We'll see if he does go for a safety Ro12 again, or if he does skip his Ro12 and embrace Ling Hydra. So far, Zoun, he is threatening a shade. Just keeping tabs on Solar, just making sure there's no additional gas income. Does confirm, no gas is being mined. Double depth, they can one-shot drones, they can still threaten the bases. And Solar, he's keeping up. Doesn't give it to the shade. And unlike the last game, if you remember, the reason why Solar was able to delay the third was because Zoun lost his first two adepts. This time, Zoun, he saves the adepts. This time he pulls away, and this time Zoun, his third base should be safe and sound. Ooh, that is a Twilight Council before third! That is very aggressive. Now, the last time we saw Solar in this match, on this map, Creator did go Glaive Adepts, but he opened Glaives. This is gonna be a very low Twilight Council before the third base. Stargate opener initially into Glaives. I mentioned before, if Solar skips his Roach one here, he's gonna be in danger. I'm assuming this is gonna be Glaives though. We'll see, as we have no additional gateways yet. There's that third. Show us what you got. Yeah, there it is. Glaives are on the way. And again, I would say that this is just a much better place in the series to do this on. After a standard game 1 from Zoun, to go into Glaives here in game 2 after the Stargate as well. Safety Roach 1. Okay, there's Revelation. Safety Roach 1 out of Solar. So Solar, he does not cut corners. Solar playing safe. Does play safe. So Solar, he will have the tools to defend, but does he make any roaches? It's still possible that Solar might just drone and skip roach production and just get caught out. So this is going to be a scary moment for him. Oh, doesn't get this around. Doesn't quite get this around. From here, Solar does pull away. And the Glaives are about to finish. Adepts are building up here in the bases. Solar, he has yet to confirm. And so far, Solar is still droning, which is okay. The Roach Warren is done, but this is what I spoke about. Yes, he has a Roach Warren. Yes, he has +1 melee on the way, but he is not making roaches. I mean, there's no reason to make roaches, is the problem. Oh. So far, he hasn't seen many Adepts yet. This is still standard. And now he confirms. Yeah, now he knows Roach production has begun. You have 6 roaches on the way. Queens are moving in, and he should wall. Yeah, it does fully wall off. So far, nice reaction by Solar. He reacts well. We have 10 roaches in production. Adepts say don't commit. Now remember something. This has to get damaged. The forge is late. Late forge, late blink, late upgrades, all delayed because of these adepts. And so far, he's deflected. He's denied a Solar defense. Solar does defend, and we've seen this before. Overlord speed. Overlord speed. Solar, just like against Creator, he defends against the Glaive Adepts, and the plan here is to counterattack into all-in. So we have a counter all-in here from Solar going for the German taxi. Solar, he's cutting workers at 63. He's not going to jump any further. He's just doubling down on Ling Roach. He's going to commit. He's going to commit here. Behind this 4th base is just finishing up, just for Larva. Here come the Drop Lords, here come the Lings, here comes the everything. And also a shout out to Holy Lime in the chat. God, thank you so much. Thanks so much for subscribing with Twitch Prime for 28 months. Over 2 years of support. Thank you, Papi, thank you. Thank you so much for the support. We do appreciate it. Do appreciate it greatly here. Thank you. Hope you enjoy the casting, hope you enjoy the content, hope you enjoy the StarCraft as the all-in has arrived. Here comes the German taxi. Stasis Trap's gonna be on the way. And Solar, he can pick and choose. Does he hit the third? Does he hit the natural? Shield Batters are finishing. Zoun getting ready. He's got cannons, he's got shield batters, he's got stasis traps. Queens, they drop off. They go for the Oracle. Oof. Oracle takes a lot of hits. Takes a lot of damage. Oh, has to pull away, has to respect those Oracles. Yeah, the Queens are a little bit too far back. The Queens, they can't quite engage so far. Zoun, he does defend well here on top of the ramp. Oh, now he commits. Flush issues. Adepts are going down. Whilst they graze the cannons, running out of Zerglings. Likewise, the Oracles, they're running out of energy. Queens are moving in. And Solar looks like he has enough to break this. At the same time, though, those 4 Oracles, they're going ham. Yeah, they're picking off so many Zerglings. As Zerglings, they're rallying in. Queen goes down. And Zoun is holding. Zoun, he's holding on. These Oracles, they did so much in the backline. They cleaned up so many Zerglings. Yeah, so many Zerglings went down. Ooh, I say that. The Oracles are falling. They're finally falling. Yeah, the Oracle's out of NG. Ah, he does it. He does it. 24 probe kills. Lings, they dropped into the main at the same time. No cannon, no defense. These Zerglings, they cripple the economy. And Zoun didn't notice. He did not notice. And the third base has been broken. Ah, yeah. I didn't notice, to be fair. GG gets called. GG, Zoun gets punished for the adepts, and we are going to the ace match. Whew. GG. Again, Zoun, honestly, he was defending well. He was defending very well here at the third. I was very impressed by his specifically Oracle movement and Oracle positioning. He went up to 4 Oracles. He shut down the Zerglings, but the entire time he was leading out probes. And you may be thinking, in a defensive position like that, does it matter? I mean, you still need warping, you still need an economy. And alas, that was lacking there for Zoun. He lost everything in the main. And in the end, Solar, he does punish the Glaive Adepts. GG. GG well played. So he's had to play against a lot of adepts today. 2 games from Creator and once here as well against Zoun. And do we go for it again as we're going into the ace match? We're tied up 1-1. We're going to game 3 and we'll see what Zoun has to offer. And we'll see how Solar responds and how he reacts, as game 3 is going to be on Incorporeal. Let's go. Let us go. As we are getting into our next game, as we are loading into the ace match. Whew. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Incorporeal, we have our South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Team Falcons. Surviving, defending, and punishing the Glaive Adepts in the last game and bringing us to the ace match. Can he keep it going? Can he keep up that momentum? It is a Solar. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the Red Protoss representing Team Vitality being forced into the ace match. Can he bring it back? Can he bring it home and make it into the next round, into the round of 8? It is Zoun. We go. And I'm hoping that we don't see Glaive Adepts again, because Solar, he has defended and deflected and shut down Glaive Adepts 3 times tonight. 2 different opponents, 3 different games. You need to calm down with the Glaive Adepts, baby. Calm down. Solar, he's more than warmed up against it. More than warmed up. So far, send it opener. Hatch gas pull. Going for the initial extractor trick. With that, able to get his hatchery a little bit earlier. On location. Otherwise, we're calming down. Now, as we settle into Incorporeal, I do not expect to see Glaives. No, sure. Not after the day of StarCraft that we've had. We're expecting something more standard. Something that I will say, though, is that Incorporeal is a larger map in the map pool. True. Longer rest distance by air and by ground. The bases are a little bit more spread out. And this is not the worst map to go into Spire and to go into Mutas. We saw Muta play in Game 1. We could see it again here in Game 3. I would say that it's a viable option. We'll keep an eye on Solar. If you remember, the tell of that was the earlier layer, but also the 6 gases, right? He went up to 6 gases, then he rushed into his tech. So we'll keep an eye on the gas count of Solar. We'll keep an eye on what tech he does invest into. But Muta play is back on the table here on Incorporeal. I will say, though, after Game 1, I mean, it might not be too tempting, right? Like, Game 1, Zoun had a really solid defense, and he was playing just really safe against it, despite not scanning the Spire. So we'll see. Meanwhile, as we settle into game number 3, a big shout out to Mandalore in the chat. Baby God, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the Twitch Prime for 2 months. For 2 months in a row. Thank you so much for the support. I hope you enjoy the content. Hope you enjoy the casting. Hope you enjoy the StarCraft. Thank you so much for the support. We do appreciate it. That's it. Thank you. As the Stargate is on the way. I still have yet to watch. One of these days, I'll watch The Mandalorian. But one of these days. Assuming that's the reference to Mandalore. Have no time. Ooh, meanwhile, speaking of, that's not an Oracle. That's a Void Ray. Okay, Zoun. You have my attention. Void Ray Opener out of Zoun will be hunting down the Overlord, will be hiding the tech. Now, the thing about a Void Ray Opener is that you could hide tech, you could hide a Fleet Beacon, a second Stargate, a rush into Tempest, we could be hiding a Glaive of Depths, we could be hiding anything, or we could be hiding nothing. We could be hiding nothing here. So that's the scary thing about something like a Void Ray Opener, is that it does kind of give you that ambiguity. Solar is going to be in the dark. I've gone by Mandalore since like 2005. I mean, Mandalore was a thing before the show Mandalorian, right? But okay, sure. Maybe unrelated to Star Wars. Fair enough. So Zoun does go for the third. And we are waiting to see his tech of choice. There we go. Early Twilight Council. Based on the Twilight Council, okay, never mind. I was gonna say based on Twilight Council timing, we could be going into Glaze, so no, it is gonna be a Forge follow-up. This looks like +1 and Blink as a follow-up out of Zoun. But this is still an earlier Twilight Council, so this is gonna be an earlier Blink timing, assuming that it is Blink. Mandalore is the leader of the Mandalorians. Yeah. I read my Jedi Knights as a kid. By that, I think I read like maybe 2 or 3. Okay, I by no means like read the entire series or anything. So far, the Oracle is going to be zoned away. It's going to be zoned back. It's going to be zoned away. Lings, they do get across. They scout the Stalkers. Based on the additional Stalkers here, I mean, this is a tell that it should not be Glaives. Behind the Solar did go for a safety Roach Warren. Again, trying to figure out what's going on. +1 melee's on the way. Solar, he does drone up, and Solar, he is now aware that he's safe against Glaive Adepts. So he's droning. Solar, he's droning up, making more Lings. Basically, you wouldn't see this many Stalkers this early on if it was Glaives, because you'd want to preserve that for Adept production. So Solar, he is confirmed. Even though he didn't get into the main, he is aware. That's a gateway explosion. Getting up to 6 gate setup here, working towards Storm, working towards Splash Damage, working towards the mid-game. Let's go. So for the first time this series, we're getting into a standard back and forth mid-game here between Zoun and Solar, or just in a ZVP in general. Like, we've had so much aggressive builds. Like, Creator, he went for non-stop Glaive Adepts previously, and here in this series, we had Solar going into Mutas in game 1, then Adept play in game 2. He's going, never mind. So he doesn't care whether it's Adept or not, he's going for the all-in. He's going for the all-in. If you remember, we started the series off saying that Solar is very fond of 3-base all-ins. I was leaning more towards like Ling Hydra 3-base all-ins, but it's going to be a German taxi here from Solar, Ling Roach. I'm a little bit concerned. I don't think it's going to be as successful, but we'll see, just because Zoun has a decent setup here, but he has no Storm yet. Stalkers are getting caught out. Oh my god, Stalkers are going to be going down. Brutal losses. Losing 1, 2, 3 Stalkers already. These are expensive losses for Zoun. This early on as well, losing another Stalker. Yeah, another Stalker does fall. Zoun is racing back home. Lings are coming from behind. And again, Solar, he is committed. The Queens are walking across the map. Where's the taxi, by the way? Like, we have Overlord speed. Yeah, we have speed. You can see Zoun panicking. He throws down a wall of shield batteries. Again, the Roaches, they do trade well for themselves. And Solar, he backs off. Solar, he pulls away, he backs off. He realizes that he forgot the taxi baby. Oh my god. So from here, he's droning. From here, he backs off, he's droning. He did well punishing the army. He killed off how many? 9 Stalkers. 9 Stalkers for 1 Roach. Very efficient trades. Yes, Solar lost Zerglings, so that's fine. Those are expendable losses here. Zerglings, they built a trade, and now Solar, he techs. Infestation Pit. Hive is on the way. Lurker Den as well, just rushing into Hive Tech. Rushing into Hive Tech from here. Doubling down, going for his 4th. So Solar, he committed quite hard, then he just hammered down that drone key. Transitioning well. Ooh, no spores. No spores there. Please add a couple workers. And Solar, he joins up to 81. And I mean, again, he forced this out. Like, he forced out a wall of cannons and shield batteries. He terrified Zoun here. He scared him into being hyper defensive. And instead, Solar was hyper greedy in the follow-up. So again, Solar, he's gone away with joining up to 81, with taking up into Hive, with taking up into Lurkers. Like, he scared Zoun into being overly defensive. I don't blame him. I don't blame Zoun, but now he's being punished for it. As Zoun's 4th base is late. So late 4th base, again, like an over-reliance here, over-investment into the side defense. And now here come the Lurkers. Here come the Lunkers. Lurkers are morphing in, and we have Lurker upgrades on the way. Now we see Zoun realizing, now he does respond with a Fleet Beacon, but this is a late Fleet Beacon, late, like everything's delayed here for Zoun. Here we go. Solar committing in. Again, just trading out some roaches, that's fine. Like, these roaches are meant to be traded out. In a way, they're kind of dead supply. And as Ami moves out, Lurkers, they just go straight across the map, going for the counterattack. Down, in a sense, being forced all in, but there are Lurkers to defend as well. Yeah, Lurkers back at home, Lurkers across the map, Lurkers everywhere. The Lunkers, they're everywhere. And no detection. Yeah, there's no way through. Forced to recall. There it is, forced to recall back home. The Oracle goes down. It looks like we do have detection, though. Ooh, Storm of the main army. Storm of the Lurkers. Oh, God, but there's still just too much here. The cannon was helping somewhat. But now Solar's just rallying. He's just rallying across the map. Again, there's no Observer, there's no Oracle, there's no Revelation. The cannon is the only form of detection here. And it's too far back. As Solar is going for the kill. He was on move command, so he gets caught out a little bit. Observer's in production. Observer now moving out. Getting in position. Observer has arrived, but there's still barely an army here. There are a lot of storms, though. Storms are popping up. Solar on the right-hand side, trying to force a distraction. But Solar, he has done it. He has done it. He has broken through the line of defense. Again, this barely a standing army. 14 probes going down. Lurkers are getting behind the mineral line, just pulling down apart. Solar will overwhelm. Oof, will take a storm to the face. But it's fine. He can take it. GG gets caught in Solar. He will overwhelm. He will take the series 2-1. And advancing on to the round of 8. GG. GG, well played, Solar. He will claim the series. He'll advance on into the round of 8. The first player, actually, to make it through the group stage into the group stage number 2. GG, well played. Again, Solar being very flexible with his play here. As a reminder, Solar, he did start off with an all-in. He did cut workers at, I think it was like 62. Around like between 60 and 63 workers. He did cut worker production. He doubled down and going for Overlord speed. He even walked the queens across the map. And he didn't quite morph in the drop lords, but he was able to catch and punish the stalkers. And after doing so, he backed off and droned. He backed off. He just droned the hell up. He did force Zoun to overreact. Zoun, he was terrified. He threw down a wall of cannons, wall of shield batteries. He was getting ready for, he was trying to react, a late reaction as well to an attempted all-in. And Solar, he saw it. Backed off, drone up to 81, was so greedy there in droning and teched up into Lurkers, and in the end, Zoun, he fell behind. He was just left behind there. He just unfortunately overreacted. As a result, his 4th base was late, his tech was late, everything was delayed, and Solar just snowballed out of control. GG. GG, well played with that. Solar. He will claim the series, and Zoun is going to be knocked down to the decider match. So he's going to be knocked down. He will have another chance, though. Zoun, he is currently waiting for the winner of our next series. Zoun going to be waiting for the winner of our elimination match of Cure and Creator. Let's go. Here we go. As we are getting into our next game. Again, game one going to be, oh, for the first time tonight, it's going to be on Pylon. Okay. A little bit surprising that this map made it through the veto process. Pylon known for aggression, known for a lot of all-ins, a lot of aggressive builds, and with Cure involved, I think we know where this is going. Oh boy. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Pylon, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the Red Protoss, who representing Al-Qadzia Esports. It is a creator. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Terran player. We have the South Korean Terran representing Team Liquid. It is a Cure. Here we go. He canceled the taxi. He canceled the Uber. Oh no. Did not give 5 stars. Smoked. But here we go. We are setting up, and again, welcome one all to Pylon. Pylon is one of the smaller maps of the map pool. Short rushes by ground, aggression is favored here, and I bring this up just because Cure is known for aggression, especially in this matchup in TVP. Cure, he has been known to be hyper aggressive and hyper committed. We didn't really see too much of that against Zoun, though. I will say that we saw a lot of mid game instead, and Zoun was looking very impressive against Cure. But we'll see how Cure will adjust his approach coming into his fresh series here against Creator. We shall see. As a reminder, this is the elimination match, and I think everyone, myself included, are surprised to see Cure here. Again, Cure, he did struggle against Zoun, and remember, Cure, he is the runner-up. He's second place, the runner-up here of Season 1 of GSL. He's expected to make it through into the next round, but he is close to potentially not. There are 2 Protosses ahead of him. There are Creator and, of course, Zoun. There's Creator and Zoun, so he has to work through 2 Protoss players to make it through into the next round. Cure, I mean, hey, he was looking like a beast last season against Hero, went all the way to the ace match in those finals, but we haven't really seen that kind of aggressive nature that we saw last season from Cure yet. Single gas opener, so racks expand, economic opener out of Cure. His CC is going to be a little bit off center, so it's going to be slightly delayed, slightly inefficient here from Cure. Nicely done out of Creator. Nicely done. From here, Creator going for a standard opener. And we'll see, I mean, Creator, he has been one to mix in Robo-based openers. We can go for Robo, Twilight Council, Stargate. There are different tech options available here to Creator. And does open Stargate. Ooh, okay, I mean, a couple of things. On the one hand, I feel like this is quite risky. Tech Lab on the way, on the factory, by the way. This is a little bit risky here for Creator. We spoke about the Stargate openers earlier. Stargate openers are ideal on larger maps. They can be quite risky on smaller maps because you are vulnerable to all-ins, more so than usual. So this is a bit of a risk. Meanwhile, Creator gets a full scout. He got into the main. And Cure, he was late to lift. And Creator, he does confirm the 1-1-1. He does confirm the Tech Lab on the factory. Hasn't seen too much more than that, but so far, nice scouting by Creator. Meanwhile, Cure is unaware. Remember, Cure, no SCV scout, no Reaper scout, no nothing. Cure has no idea what's going on, but he's going for the initial Cyclone. From here, we can go for a Cyclone drop into an add-on swap into Cloak Banshee, or we can go Cyclone into an early tank production. So we'll see if we go for the add-on swap after this. If you recall, Cure did open up just like this against Zoun in Game 2 on ley lines. Did go Cloak Banshee on ley lines. Yep, speaking of, there's the add-on swap. So it's going to be Cyclone into add-on swap into what should be Cloak Banshee. Again, this is the same build that we saw on ley lines. Meanwhile, Phoenixes are building up, and again, Cure has no idea. He has no idea what's going on. He's in position to deny the hallucination, so if hallucination scout comes in, would shut it down, but now he's dropping. Now he is dropping across the map. He will now confirm what is going on. Ooh, I assume Cloak Banshee opening up Raven, not doubling down, not committing, not going to Cloak. So we have a Raven play after this. Drops into the main. Phoenix is here to punish. Phoenix here to lift. Ooh, he has to get the hell out of here. Can he load in time? Oh, the medevac is going to go down. Yeah, massive pickup. Takes on the medevac. Does lift the Cyclone. And Creator, he will completely shut down the early game drop. Completely. And with that, Curie's in trouble. He's in trouble. He has to race back home. Again, he blindly face checked with the drop. He had no idea what was waiting for him, and he gets punished. And now forced to make Vikings. 2 more Vikings behind this. Tank production has commenced. The Raven has to get the hell out of here. They'll slip away. Phoenixes, they confirmed the tech lab on the starport, so this is a tell that there should be a Banshee or a Raven. But now it goes for the tank, though. The tank is going to be focused down. And Kira, too many losses too quickly here. The tank does fall. Massive pick off. Marines, have vanilla Marines. No bunker, of course. No setup. No defensive setup, I should say. Now going for the Viking as well. Does lift. Does bring it down. And this is brutal damage. The Raven can achieve some counter damage, of course, with that auto turret. But only some. As another Marine falls. And another. Mining is being denied. Raven does get into the natural. Oh god. As this time the Cyclone does survive. And Cure holds. Curie does hold. Did cost him a lot of units though. 15 Marines, a tank, a Cyclone. The medevac and the Viking from earlier. Raven goes down. Oh god. Brutal losses. The Raven goes down. And Cure's in a rough position. He just lost so many high-tech units here. He lost so many gas-intensive units. With that, Curie stuck at home, stuck recovering. Third TC is on the way. I was about to say he has to make a choice. Either go for a 2-base all-in, or try to recover and try to get back into this game, into a longer game state. We have the answer. Third TC. Not an all-in. And Creator, he can chill. He can just calm down. He can saturate his bases, get a 4th base behind this, start taking up into splash damage. That's the one thing that's missing right now. We're going into +1 and charge. That is true. And we're setting up some vision here out on the map. But so far, we have no commitment into any splash damage. There it is at Templar Archives into Storm. So all the tech is on the way. And Creator should be safe to do so. Now, Cure, he can soon be active. We're waiting for Stim and waiting for the medevacs. Once the medevacs pop, then he can drop across the map. Until then, Creator, he is safe to be greedy. And ideally, he denies the drop. Phoenixes, they have map control. They do have map control. We have the proxy gateway on the way, just so we can reinforce and go for harassment, go for warpins, go for counterattacks. Cure. He will claim his 3rd. As he's claiming his 3rd, this is where we would need a 4th base, and Creator has yet to expand. Likewise, the rotation gets spotted. Creator, he is aware. Getting in position. But Curie doesn't commit, he pulls away. Still no 4th base, which is concerning to me. Oh, shield battery. So, Creator, he saw the move out and he's terrified that Cure is pushing. Now he confirms that Curie comes back home. So, basically, instead of these shield batteries, we could have seen an expansion. So, late 4th base out of Creator. As we're now going for a Robo as well. +1 armor. There's a cancel, so now he realizes. And I realize that he didn't need it. But this does delay. And now he expands. Because this Cure, he's recovering. He isn't back yet. It's like Creator still has the lead. He still has the advantage. Where's the 4th? We have the money for it. Creator, he's doubling down. Okay, so he's moving out. He's moving out. He's being aggressive. He's warping it instead. No 4th expansion. There it is, now on the way. This is late though. This is almost a 9-minute 4th. 9-minute 4th. Ay, ay, ay. But he does make up for it with the army. At least somewhat. Ghosts are on the way. Does catch some reinforcements. Arcos did morph in. Boys being pulled. Creator pushing in towards the 3rd. Nice positioning here by Cure. Very nice SimCity. And this so far hasn't been worth it. Unless Creator can break the natural. It does go in. Does camp some of the production. Nice trades, hitting at the ghost. Oh, he can, and he will. Massive big up, takes down 2 ghosts. Nicely done. Zelce busts into the bases. He's forcing the army out into the open, and now he can engage. But is it too late? Or is it being pulled? Yeah, nice response here from Cure. He does win back the army. Ooh, a lot of SCV is going to be going down. Yeah, Cure a little bit out of position. That's going to be 35 SCV kills. And Cure, he will clean up the army. He will defend, but at the cost of 40 SCVs. Yes, they're in the main base, killing more workers. And Creator, he has pulled Cure apart. From here, still trading with Marines, still worth it. And on the one hand, yes, his 4th base is late, but he did do the damage he was looking for. Again, 46 SCVs. He can have a late 4th. It's fine. It's perfectly fine, Papi. Initially, Cure, he was positioning really well. He was defending well. And then Creator, at one point, he decided, you know what? Your army's at the 3rd. Let me just walk into the natural. And hey, it worked. Able to just pull Cure apart. And with that, Creator just has to defend against the all-in. At this point, Cure's all-in. Cure's down to 21 SCVs, barely an economy. It's all or nothing for Cure. Cure, what does he have? He has 2 ghosts. 2 ghosts, 1 Viking. A decent amount of Marines. Meanwhile, Zell warping into the main. Back at home. Creator, he doesn't really have much of an army. He's been missing warpins. He has 1,000 minerals. Creator has been skipping warpins. So this is a little bit more dicey than it needs to be, but he should still have enough. Yeah, he should still be fine. They're collapsing on the army. The army's overstimmed. And Creator, he will hold. Takes down the ghost. Does lift on the Widowmine. Widowmine shot goes off. Oh. Creator overextending. Has to pull away. Does pull away. Cure moving in. He still has a comparable army, but the medevacs is out of energy. Likewise, a little bit overstimmed as he can't quite top himself up. Colossus has arrived, and yeah, that's going to be a secure defense. GG gets called, and Creator, he will take game number 1. Whew, GG. Creator, he does take a lead in the series. Does take the first game. Again, a very intense game 1 is what I will say. Again, Creator, he had a really strong start. If you remember, it all began with Cure blindly face checking across the map with a Cyclone drop. He did face check with a Cyclone drop. He lost everything. He lost momentum, lost map control. With that, Creator, he instantly counterattacked. He was able to catch out some more key units. Vikings, Marines, Marauders. A lot of early game damage there did make Cure's early game really difficult, so really awkward. It allowed Creator to be greedy, if you recall. He was able to rush into the 3rd base, build himself up. I would say Creator, he did overreact to the move out, and we saw that he took a really late 4th base and he threw down shield wipers they didn't need. I was a little bit dicey, but in the end, he just doubled down. He just doubled down and he moved out across the map. Initially, Cure had some really nice positional play. I loved how he was moving into his middle lines and behind the depots and posturing against the charge lots. But that was at the 3rd, not at the natural. The natural was exposed. Natural was exposed, and Creator, he saw the weak point, went for it. GG. GG, well played. With that, Creator to take a lead. And we are 1 game away from knocking the runner-up out of GSL Season 1 in the first stage of groups. Like, that is crazy. Like, Cure, he got 2nd place last season, which was like 3 weeks ago. Like, I say last season, not long ago at all, just because how close together the seasons are. But it also shows just how competitive the Korean scene, or the scene is right now, where a lot of these pro players, they're quite close in skill, especially I would say amongst the Koreans, players like Creator, like Zoun, like Classic, Solar, Shin, Rogue, Cure, Byun, Gumiho. They can all beat each other, right? Like they can all beat each other. They can all, on a good day, either one of them can beat the other. So it's very, very close in skill between all these players. And here this season, remember, to double down on how close in skill it is between all these players, Creator, he didn't even get into Season 1. He didn't even qualify. It wasn't even a part of it. Wasn't even a part of Season 1. And here he is in Season 2, potentially bringing Cure down. We're here to find out, though. We're here to find out. We're getting into game number 2. We're going to be loading into Maganatha for that 2nd game. Let's go. Let us go. Jumping in and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Magnatha, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the Red Protoss representing Alkazia Esports, leading the series 1-0. It is Creator. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Team Liquid. Down in the series, can he fight back? Can he bounce back and force the ace match? It is Cure. We go. Whew, and again, Creator one game away from knocking Cure out of GSL. And Cure, he's up against the wall here in the elimination match. Double gas. Here we go. This is what he does best. Double gas opener out of Cure. None of this racks expand. None of this nonsense. We're doubling down. Now, if you recall, Cure, one of the last times you saw him on Magnatha, if not the last time we saw him on Magnatha, he did 2-base all-in. I will say that Magnatha, welcome. It is the largest map in the map pool. Rush distance by ground is long. There are a lot of bases, a lot of expansions to take. Despite that, you can still be cheeky. I mean, as it always is, this map favors longer macro and more defensive play, but just because it favors it doesn't mean you can't be aggressive, doesn't mean you can't go for all-ins. It just means that it's more difficult. It's more difficult to pull off. If Cure does commit into aggression, if it goes by unscouted, then it can work, of course. Goes for all the maps, really. For now, though, Creator, he does confirm, does get eyes on the factory, so he's aware of the double gas opener. With this is an aggressive start. It's a very tech-heavy start. Doesn't have to lead into an all-in, but aggression is going to be available here to Cure. With this, we have the reactor on the way. This could be for Reactor Reaper Hellion, or this could be for Reactor Marine into a faster starport, into a faster tech lab, into early drop play. So we'll see what it's going to be. As Cure, he will expand, CC on the low ground. Behind this, Creator just setting up back at home, has yet to invest into his tech of choice. Last game did go for a Stargate opener, which was unexpected, and that is why Cure got caught off guard. That's why he went across the map. No one was expecting Stargate play on Pylon, and expect the unexpected. I mean, it worked out well. This time, Twilight Council standard opener out of Creator. Meanwhile, it is going to be Reactor Marine. Okay, so not Reactor Reaper Heli, it's going to be Reactor Marine, which means faster tech lab, faster starport into faster drop play. From here, we should be going for the Cyclone. We could go Cyclone into Medevac and into drop into Cloak Banshee, into add-on swap. Otherwise, we can go into early tank production. We have the Cyclone on the way. Meanwhile, it's on Creator to figure out what's going on, to figure out how aggressive Cure is being. Ooh, as he does come into the shade, and as a result, yeah, he'll be punished. Yeah, a bit of a miscontrol there from Creator. He will lose one Adept. One Adept does go down. It's from here. Cure, here we go, does move out. No add-on swap. No add-on swap. He does rush into the tanks to early tank production here. Very early tank production. Bear that in mind. Cure moving out with his drop. Back at home, Creator is setting up. How many gateways? 3 gates. So 3 gate blink at a Creator. Very safe play into a bit of a more delayed third. Cure dropping into the main. Creator, he's somewhat in position. And he will deflect. Yeah, he will deflect. From there, Marine's going to be picked up. Going to be zoned back. Creator, he holds. So far, it does hold. But we are building up towards an early push because that first tank is done. A second tank is on the way. We have the Raven follow-up here to support or to harass across the map. Marines are amassing. And we'll see when Cure does decide to break out. Behind this, Creator expands. Gets his third. Claiming his third base. You can see Creator is still just expecting drop play. He's ready in the main. 3 Stalkers in the main. 2 here towards the natural. Shield battery to finish as well. So very safe play here by Creator. And I'm curious to see when and if Cure stops tank production. So far he has 2, and 2 tanks is normal to defend. 3rd tank is on the way. We'll see if he ever stops, because we could build up to like 5 tanks and then go for a 2 base all-in. We have the eBay for +1. Add-on swap, okay. Only 3? No, he canceled. Yeah, he does cancel the tank. Only 2 tanks, cancels the 3rd tank instead, going for faster stim. So stim is on the way. To me, this reads like Cure is going to take a 3rd. If we went for more tanks, then I'd be more convinced that he was going to commit on 2 bases, but now that he's stopped tank production, I'm leaning more towards a 3rd CC. As the upgrades are on the way. Likewise, we have the standard follow-up here, so Blink into +1, into Charge, into delayed splash damage. This should lead into either Colossus or Storm, but we have Charge first. And this is to shut down any early game tank pushes. If Cure were to commit into a tank push, which isn't really happening yet. Oh. Here comes the Unsiege. Yeah, 3rd CC. 3rd CC. As you mentioned, he only made 2 tanks. Cure, he pokes out. Creator, he's here to slow this down. We'll slow this down. Ooh. Takes on the Cyclone. Likewise, Prism into the main. But there are reinforcements. There is production. Zalse drop in. Curie still committed. Still committed across the map. Ooh, throws down early auto turrets. Creator coming from behind. The mine shot's gonna be brutal. Ooh, do connect. They do connect. Cure setting up. That's still gonna be a lot of zealots. A lot of chargelots. Meanwhile, across the map, 5 SVs do go down. Nice damage. Creator setting up for the flank. And remember, Cure, he's expanding. He's expanding, getting a 3rd base. He's not all in. And we can see Creator trying to catch reinforcements, and it looks like he will. Oh, that's he. There we go. Does get a Marine. Cure force back. And now he's isolated. And he's going to be broken. Yeah, the tanks are going to go down. They're exposed. They get cleaned up. At the same time, Cure dropping into the main. But he does get spotted. Creator is keeping up. But Cure should escape. Does pull away in time. And from here, the game will continue. I would say the Creator's in a better position. Creator, he's now got his Colossus up and running. He's now got his 4th base on the way. Cure just now taking his own 3rd. So far, so good for Creator. So far, so good. And the pressure's on Cure. Student chat, will you go to the Australia land? It's probably not. It's unfortunately just not the best weekend for it. I mean, it's a hard decision to make. I mentioned this before, but for the past like what 3-4 home story cups, we've been the B stream, and the Australia LAN actually is on the same weekend as home story cup, so we would have to forego casting home story cup, which I mean we could, I guess. So it is unfortunate that it's on the same weekend. Unfortunate. That's what mines are going to be going down. Creator, he commits. Up. We'll take a missile shot to the face. Anti-missile even. And Creator, he doesn't have to push into this. Yeah, especially not with that missile. Boy's being pulled. Creator, he has to back off. Brutal Concave is moving into. And Curie holds. He holds, he does punish. Decent force fields, locking down some of the army. Creator, again, he has to retreat. He cannot push up this ramp, not like this, but he's going to double down. He's still going. Moving in with the 2nd Colossus. Zealots have arrived. Decent pickoffs. peels off towards the right hand side. Takes down the Widow Mine. And does deny the third base. Not bad. Does deny the third. Cure is now stuck on the 2 base economy. Ghost production on the way for Cure. And Creator is still not stopping, by the way. He's still just reinforcing. He's still warping in. The Viking count is slowly building up, getting up to 4, so it'd be 5 Vikings. Likewise, it's also a very Marauder heavy composition. Okay, so the mine shots. Still 2 more mines behind this. And missile goes off on the Colossus. Okay, they're checking for the 4th. No expansion. Behind this, he can take his own 5th. We'll take a mine shot to the face. Ghost Academy's exposed. It's tempting. He wants the Academy. Meanwhile, better concave here for Cure. Ready to collapse it. I mean, this is just a really brutal position for the Academy. It's really brutal. There we go. He has to pull the boys to save it. First Colossus goes down. Nice pickup. Gets 1. Gets 1. Gets up to 2. Second Colossus goes down as well. Aye, before the main fight starts. Now 2 Colossus left. And Creator, he has to pull away. Has to back up. Takes down the mineral line. And Curie will take this fight, but he lost so many SCVs in the process. He's committed. He has to counter-attack. He has to go. He has to send it. He has to commit. Gotta be zoned back, though. Has to pull away. Oh, and he has no mining. Like, he has no saturation here. Likewise, I don't think he has no 4th CC. No 4th base. Stuck on a 2 base economy. This is looking rough for Cure. And Creator does get a 5th. He gets a 5th expansion. So all the Creator has to do is play this slow. Just play this slow. I would say that there is onus on Creator to trade, though. Like, right now, Creator has a better economy. He'll have a larger bank to work with, and he should be more active, forcing out trades, picking off Marauders, picking off Ghosts, because Cure, he can't afford that. As Creator is somewhat being active. Dark Shrine on the way, second Robo as well. Gets a medevac. Zelsa once again check for a 4th. There is none. And now Creator moves in. And Cure, he is maxed out. And ideally, Creator, he wants to take the fight on Cure's half of the map. Again, Cure can still win a fight, and we expect him to. Like, we expect him to win a fight, but it's Creator that has, what, 1,500 minerals? Like, he has so much minerals in the bank, but he has to use it, right? He has to spend it. He can't just sit on it. Not here, not against Cure. So he wants to trade, he wants to bleed out some units, and trade with the army. Gets a Ghost. Does take down the Ghost. Ooh. Colossus does go down. Nova goes off. Bit of friendly fire. Yeah, rough engage. Creator, he has to pull back. Yeah, he has to pull away. We knew that Cure would win the fight, but again, it's going a little bit too one-sided. The Colossus do fall. Yeah, just a really awkward engage here from Creator. He does lose too much too quickly. This is not the fight to take. Caught out in the open. Nice Nova. We need Warpins. We need Warpins as quickly as possible. Creator, he has no gas. And Cure, he has to end the game. He has to end the game here and now. Creator, no gas income. Novas are buying some time. Creator catching reinforcements. Good positioning. Good positioning. Does pull away. Catching up more Marauders. Catching up Medevacs. Base is going to go down. Yeah, again, Creator, he did fail to take these gases earlier. But Creator, he should now have enough. Oh, there's a recall. Does recall back home. Creator, the base is secure. Still no gases, still 1,000 minerals. Creator, he needs gases back. Yeah. And Creator, he at least saves the mineral line, but the probe count is still very low, and here we go. The main base has landed. Cure, he's maintaining himself. He has the 4th. Curie takes the lead. Creator, he was in such a good position here. Now, not anymore. So that's potential with this army, but see, he's up to 2 Colossus. Okay, he's up to 2. No zone. So by just zoning away the army, retaking his base. Again, still very much a limited gas income. Ooh, as Creator's getting caught. He is aware of the 4th. He is now aware. At this point, we need runways, we need counterattacks. We need to do something to hinder the economy here of Cure. For now, just going for the main fight. The Viking count is low. 6 Vikings. Creator, he can't handle that. Likewise, no mines. The Natural's floating. Jesus. Never goes off. Gets a ghost. Vikings are going for the Prism. Prism gets shut down. Massive pickoff. Oh, we got some decent Novas, but again, panicking a little bit here. Disruptors go down. Creator, once again, he does lose far too much. Does lose a Colossus as well. And no shot, Curie's done it. Curie, he's doing it at this point. He floats over the Natural as a 5th. Curie, he has a booming economy. And Curie, he overwhelms. Does overwhelm, brings down the expansion. Again, Creator, he was doing well for himself, but the follow-up was not ideal. Like, late gases, late 5th base. Likewise, just a really rough fight here out in the open. That did go poorly. GG gets called, and Cure, he will bounce back, he'll recover. He will take game 2 and force the ace match. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, Cure, he does fight back, and we are going all the way to game 3. Let's go. Let us go. And again, a very impressive comeback there by Cure. Again, Creator, alas, even though he did find himself with a lead, his follow-up was lackluster, referring to his gases, referring to his bases, referring to his economy. And likewise, we did see a really, really rough fight out in the open where he lost everything, lost the Colossus, the Disruptors, and suddenly everything's going in favor of Cure. GG. GG, well played. Again, very impressive comeback there from Cure. Very impressive to be able to persist, to be able to persevere. And with that, we're going to the ace match. We're going all the way to game 3. Let's go. As game 3 is going to be on ley lines. Here we go. As we are getting to the ace match, and here we go. Spawning in the bottom hand corner of ley lines, we have our South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing Team Liquid, clawing his way back into this series and forcing the ace match. The pressure, though, is still on. It is Cure. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Alcadzia Esports. It is Creator. We go. What's going on with Cure? I think once again, like, I don't know what public or mainstream perception is, but in my mind at least, I would stand by this, is that most, if not all, Koreans can beat each other. Like right now, as I mentioned before, I'll reiterate again. When it comes to currently the Korean scene, I'm referring to players like Creator, Cure, Bunny, Byan, Gumiho, Rogue, Shin, Solar, Zoun, Classic. Like they can all like take series off of each other. Like right now, like they're all very, very close in skill. Obviously, some players, they peak harder than others. That is true. And there's of course like a ranking system between them. But overall, like I can see anyone beating anyone at this point. When it comes to GSL, it's very intense. That's why it's hard to call like any favorite players here outside of Hero. Like I would still say that Hero's probably the best player in Korea. But even then, like Hero had a really intense finals against him, you know, proving that he can contest against him as well. But it does make GSL just really brutal and really cutthroat and really unforgiving. Like, it's very unforgiving. Like, I think to put things into perspective, Shin, he got top 4 at DreamHack Dallas, right? He got top 4 at Dallas. He beat Clem. Shin, he qualified for Esports World Cup because of that. And do you know what his performance was like in GSL Season 1? Do you know what happened? Shin, he wasn't even in it. he wasn't even in Season 1 because he lost in the qualifiers. He didn't even he failed to qualify for Season 1, but he gets top 4 in DreamHack at DreamHack Dallas, right? Like, again, it shows just how cutthroat the Korean scene is right now, where it's very, very, very unforgiving. And anyone can beat anyone. But here we go. Go. So now we do have our initial opener here. Economic opener out of Cure, going for a Rax Expand. So it does dip into the main. The other example is Zoun, right? Zoun, he also failed to qualify for GSL Season 1, and hey, he's the first player out of the group. Like that, Zoun. Oh wait, no, sorry. He lost. So in my brain, he beat Solar, but he beat Shin. Sorry, he beat Cure. Like Zoun, he beat Cure, despite not even being in Season 1 of GSL. So Zoun popping off. Again, it's just like a lot of the players are very close in skill. Who's the other? Maru, of course. Another example. Doing well at DreamHack Dallas, but struggling in GSL, right? Maru, he didn't even get into the top 4, right? Like last season, Maru, he was top 8. He was knocked out in the round of 8 of GSL Season 1 and won Dallas. And again, it just shows just how close, how brutal. And it makes for a good season of GSL. Like, it's hard to pick favorites, and anything can happen. It's all on the table, man. It's all on the table. For now, though, we're calming down. Economic opener, so there's just nothing really been happening here. So economic opener out of Cure, going for his early mind drop, going for some standard play from our Terran player. Meanwhile, Creator behind this, going into Blink, going to Twilight Council, setting up the low ground, opening up 3-gate Blink. Very safe play from Creator, which is the same build that we saw last game. Same build. Cure does poke in. We do see the Creator, he will delay his third base by going for his gases first. So gases into a Robo, into a Warp Prism first. So a much more aggressive start actually out of Creator. This does mean that he's going to be pushing, he's going to be warping in before expanding. He's not going all in by any means, but this is a more aggressive variation of 3 gates. So here comes Creator. As he moves out, the Mind Show's getting ready to move in. Cure back at home, 2 tanks in the main, 2 tanks in the main, and 2 bunkers on the low ground. Cure, he is ready. He is set up. Now, despite this setup, we could still find some damage, but it's going to be difficult here, as Cure is pretty well fortified. Creator, he's, I'm sure, tempted to go for Sim, but tanks are ready. Mind Show going off, takes on 2 probes. 2 workers go down, still no third expand. This is a very late third. Very late by Creator. He's going for the Temple Archives first as well before the third base. Ay, ay, ay. Not like this. So because they dip in, they don't quite get the tank. And not much has happened here, but again, because Creator was so committed on 2 bases and because he takes up so hard, he doesn't really have the economic lead that he should. So economically, right now, Curie's in a better position. Curie, he has the stronger economy, now going for the 3rd CC. The 3rd CC is on par with the timing of the 3rd base of Creator, which is terrifying, by the way. Like, typically, the Protoss wants to be up a base. They want to be up an expansion, to be even with the Terran, and that's not happening here. So the aggression was not worth it for Creator. He is going for earlier storm, so this could still pay off, right? Like, if Cure is overly aggressive, if he moves out, if he takes a bad fight against Storm, then Creator can come back, of course. But right now, there's a lot of pressure on Creator, as this has been a shaky start. It's been very shaky. As one Stalker goes down, Creator being active. And trying to slow down the army or try to pick away at whatever he can. As we mentioned, like, there's a lot of pressure on Creator to get something, like a medevac, some Marine, some Marauder. As he does have Storm. He has 3 High Templar in the War Prism. Go to 3 Templar. Observer gets spotted. Curie just moves out. As he moves out, Creator moving in. Not bad. Does hit the mineral line. Oh! Going for the SCVs. Cure out of position. Rotor goes down. Nice blink. So far, just takes down another Widow Mine. Bleeds out a Stalker, but Curie's forced back home. He's forced all the way back home. Okay, nice damage here from Creator. Behind this, claiming another expansion, going for a 4th. And again, this is what he needed. Nothing major, but, you know, got a Widow Mine. So able to get a Marauder, able to get a couple of SCVs, force back the army. Nice little wins here for Creator. As Creator, he's not in position. He's out of position here. He's over on the top side of the map. Cure moving in, going for the 4th, and looks like he will force a cancel. And Creator racing on over, but he's late here to the 4th. Feedback on the Raven. Nice feedback, but the 4th is denied. And we spoke about it earlier. There was a late 3rd base to begin with for Creator, now a late 4th. As Cure still has the better economy. Creator forced to expand elsewhere. Cure pulls away, he got what he wanted. Now it's going to be rotating. It's Creator playing it safe. Falls back to his 4th base. At the same time, Cure working towards his Ghost. 4th CC is on the way. Let's have his 4th base. And again, it's still on par with the 4th base of Creator. You can see Curie's going to be the first to max out. Again, he just had a better economy. Just straight up here this entire game. There haven't been any major clashes, but he has a lead. And Creator getting ready for a Zealot run by. Building up towards Colossus. Still very tense. And Cure playing this out slow. Now getting a 2nd starport, going into mass Viking production. Ghosts are already massing up. Joining the main army. Scan does confirm Colossus. Does confirm the composition. We do see Creator. He goes to the Stargates, getting ready for Fleet Beacon, getting ready for Skytos. I think we're thinking a little bit too far ahead, but sure. As the army moves out, Zealots move in. Zealots and the War Prism as well. Ooh, Prism gets sniped. A couple of SCVs are falling. And Curie does turn around. He will bleed out a couple of workers. It's going to be 5 SCVs. Oh. Gets into the 3rd. Not bad. 7 SCVs. Nice trade. Takes down 7 workers. Curie forces him to turn around. So a nice run by here by Creator. And again, this is what he needs. He needs these run bys. Needs them to get damage done. At the same time, Cure, he rotates with the 5th base. The 5th base is exposed. And there's a cancel. Missile goes off. Does cover the army, and this base is gone. Yeah, the base is forfeit. Oh, nice storm! Nice storm with the ghost. One ghost goes down, but the base is still going to fall. Creator, he just cannot engage. Not like this. Does catch the tail end of the army. Gets one medevac. Gets a medevac, but the planetary is now done. Cure, he defends back at home. And Creator is still on the back foot here. So we have an even base count. Cure's rotation gets spotted. Creator, he's ready. And here we go. Fleet Being's on the way. Second Stargate's on the way. Creator, he is working towards Sky Toss. We'll see if we can get there. Oh no! Never's going off. Massive connections! Oh my god! Yeah, Curious caught with his pants down. Brutal connections to the face. Creator. Do we move out? Do we push? Unfortunately, again, he's taking up, right? He's taking up. He's working towards Sky Toss. There we go. He's being active. He is being active. Now is the time. Can he, I was gonna say can he deny the 4th base, but it's already a planetary. Creator poking in, but alas, Curie's already up the ramp. He's already on top of the ramp. Creator cannot push up this ramp. Not like this. Cure defends. Okay, Cure, he does defend. Carrier production has begun. +1 air attack is on the way. We're working towards Sky Toss. Oh my god. Very nice EMP. Brutal catch. Takes down 2 observers. Likewise, Cure is already working towards his advanced ballistics, towards limited range. 3rd starport on the way. So on the one hand, yes, Creator, he's working towards Sky Toss. On the other hand, Cure, he's already working towards his Air Terran as well. He's already got plenty of Vikings and already working towards his upgrades. Already working in that direction. Again, we're calming down. Cure, he has now successfully established that 5th base. Creator working on the 6th. Both armies building up their banks. Ooh. As Creator, he will bleed out a couple of high-tech units. Disruptor goes down. When it comes to our main army compositions here, I'll be honest, I feel like Creator, his is a little bit of a kitchen sink. It's a little bit all over the place. He's got Disruptors, Colossus, Storm, and he's working towards Carriers, that's true. But we'll see if we can bring it all together. I'm not too convinced by the Sky Toss right now, I'll be honest, but we'll see. We'll get there. Carriers are okay. They're okay. Not as ideal as Tempest. But they have their place. Nova goes up. Nice splits. Very nice splits. And Nova connects with mainly Marauder. The base goes down. Expansion falls. Creator, he cannot save this. Losing another expansion. Brutal EMP. Oh my god. Nice storms. As Curie does get his own back. But so far, I will say a better trade for Cure as he does claim the expansion, does shut it down. Now, Cure, I don't think he's seen the Sky Toss yet. He's unaware completely of what's going on. There we go. Does see the Mothership. Mothership is spotted. And the carriers are about to be revealed. Cure has to back up. Does pull away. Oh my god. Yeah, Vikings overextend. They're under the slow zone. And Vikings are going down. Yeah, massive loss there for Cure. Creator gaining ground. Cure down to, what, 3 Vikings? Yeah, Vikings were called out. And this is Creator's moment. Oh, doesn't quite get on top of the planetary. Cure's holding on. Again, making 6 Vikings at a time. Getting to live Viking Ghost. So building up those Liberators. They do reposition. They do reposition here. So far saving the base. 10 SCVs go down. But Curie's holding. So far he's holding on. He needs more time for more Vikings. Now, my big concern against the carrier here is that the carriers have less range. They're not ideal against this composition as much as Tempest. But they do have a lot of damage output, and they do get the Planetary. Nicely done. Planetary goes down. Takes down two of the Liberators. As he has bled out all of his Disruptors. No more Disruptors. Only one High Templar. No Storm. The splash damage here is lacking. And without Novas, he can't stop the main army. Here come the EMPs. Not quite. There we go. EMP goes off. EMP does go off. The Colossus are exposed. He has to pull away. Vikings move in. He gets one. Now there's one Colossus left. Like, that's the splash damage. One Colossus. Disruptors are on the way. But this is a risky push here from Creator, as he will lose his Grand Army. Yeah, carrier goes down as well. He gets one, going for another. Another carrier falls. Just a really rough fight here for Creator. Disruptors, now they arrive after the fight ends. And Cure did outtrade. He outtraded. Like, Disruptors are so necessary when you go Skytoss like this. I'll say Disruptors alongside Storm as well. Obviously, Storm, they're vulnerable to EMPs, but they also hit the air, right? They're also a good way to zone away the Vikings. Speaking of, Vikings moving in. We are up to, so far, 3 Disruptors. Decent Storm. And now we begin Tempest production. Curious gain map control. So far, so good. He's up to how many? He's up to 18 Vikings. It's a lot of Vikings. There's still only 2 High Templar. Like, the low High Templar count is concerning. Again, without Storms and without Archons, it means that these Vikings, they can go to town. There's not much to stop them from just diving on the carriers. This is also why Tempest are superior in this kind of game state. Tempest, they do a great job at kiting. They have more range. They obviously get the first shot off. They can punish the army. But also they can stutter back. Carriers less so. Likewise, carriers also reliant on interceptors for damage. And we have plenty of Marines. So carriers, they just don't really scale well here. And one carrier already goes down. Brutal EMP. Going for another carrier. Does get it. Oh, barely not. One shot away. Decent Storm on the Vikings. But the base does fall. Oof. Creator just getting bullied back. Like, at this one, he has abandoned carrier production, just going pure Tempest. But like, it's a little bit later here. Late. Oh, nice Nova. Gets 2 ghosts. We have another Starport, again just going Mass Viking. Going for all the Vikings. Another ghost falls. The ghost does fall. Likewise, so does the carrier. This Creator is pulling away. And what's important here is that Creator, he has been bleeding out some units. True, he has been bleeding out units, which is brutal, but it's only been like 1 carrier at a time. So far, I would say that Creator's doing a great job at transitioning and kind of transitioning his army into a more Tempest-heavy composition. He's getting there. He is getting there. Likewise, earlier, if you remember, he had no Disruptors, now he has 5. So built up to 5 disruptors. His high tempo count is still a little bit low, but it's there. So Creator, he has been refining his army. It's been getting better over time. But so has Cure. Cure going for the southern base. Zelsa will distract. But the expansion is going to go down. Does get the Nexus. Likewise, Zelsa take it into the mineral line. 5 SCVs full. How many Vikings do we have? 20, okay, 22. Soon to be 25. 25 Vikings, gets a Tempest. Tempest goes down. He has to be so cautious with his army movement. Has to be so careful. One wrong move, he will lose everything. Nova's going up. Up! Nova will connect. Not quite. Oh my god, the splits are brutal. Oh my, that's crazy. He splits against everything. The Novas don't connect every time this goes down, and Cure, he's going for it. He's going for the kill, takes down the expansion, and just keep going from here. That was an insane trade. That was all like 5 Novas and 1 grazed the army. Cure, calm down. The target fighting was brutal. He was able to focus down like 3 disruptors, and he dodged the other 2. Tempest fell, and with that, Curie's doubling eye control. Curie, he's maxed out. Storms Azo in the army. I mean, the storms are good. Storms are good. But we're running out of storms. Now we are running out. Down go all the carriers. The ground army is struggling for Cure. He has to pull away. Get a messy fight. The storms are the MVPs. And the Vikings are gonna fall. Does take down all the Vikings. Tempest, they get so much damage done in the back line. Creator, he holds. Again, it was a brutal start to the fight with the Creator losing half his army. But he held with the Tempest, he held with the Storm. Still close, still tense. Likewise, Cure, he lost 22 Vikings. He has to build up from the beginning. Has to rebuild his Viking army. Creator, he's up to 5, soon to be 7 Tempest. I feel like 7 is the most we want to go to. We don't want to make too many. Tempests are good, but they do require support. They do require ground army. They require disruptors, storm. Bear that in mind. Army stims in. Nova goes up. Good connection. Yeah, Nova does connect. Bio army going to be going down, but he does stim in. We have more cells coming in. Colossus does kite back. Again, so far the Tempest, they come out on top. He takes on every single Viking. And Cure is being broken. Denies the mineral line. Better fight here by Creator, just barely. He's on how many? He's on 5 Tempest. Still on 5. Denies the base. I'll go for the expansion. Oh! Has to retarget. Without a Tempest. Yeah, Stalker's out of position. They weren't there to protect. So a bit of missed movement there from Creator. Nice brutal EMP. Losing another Tempest. But overall, these are still better trades here for Creator. Again, picking away at the Vikings. Picking away at the army. Yeah, this cliff face is brutal. Cure, he just can't engage. No, without Vikings. See Creator playing it safe. Does try to play it safe. Heads into the mineral line. I do think Creator could have kept going for the planetary. But the last Creator, he backs off. I mean, it's a very tense game, so he doesn't want to throw his lead. But I think he could definitely keep pushing. Just lacking a bit of confidence. At this point now, it's a little bit too late. Now we have more Vikings. Viking count is built up. We get 7 SCVs. Stalkers are ready. And the Cure, he abandons the base. He does abandon. Creator, we can go for it. Again, Creator, he's terrified because he doesn't know where the army is. Yeah, he has no idea that there's a recall. Good read. Does keep up with the rotation. I feel like he could have still gotten the expansion, but Creator is playing as safe as possible. The army has arrived. And Curie does abandon the base. Does abandon. CC should go down. Oh, I say that. Never mind. Do we not have the upgrade? Yeah, there's... I noticed how little damage the Tempest were doing to the planetary here as well, but Creator, he does not have tectonic destabilizers. He doesn't have the Tempest upgrade. Like that's arguably one of the most important upgrades, at least in this kind of game state. Pappy, calm down. get the upgrade. So again, the buildings are a little bit more robust than they otherwise would be. So no tectonic destabilizers. So there's a bit of an oversight here from Creator. That would help quite a bit. Likewise, Creator pulling away. Does get eyes on the would-be expansion. At this point, Creator's max, and he should be trading. We've been here before. We spoke about this on Maganatha. But Creator, he has a bank. He has to make use of it. Doesn't mean to push all the way in and to take up bad fights, but again, should be a little bit more assertive here. Because he can afford to replace his army a portion at a time. Stalkers out of position. Stalkers, where are they? They should be here. Carrier goes down. As Zalsei do get into the mineral line. Stalkers, they hit the low ground. This Creator does pull away. A bit of an awkward setup. Building more Colossus, more Tempest. Once again, getting up to 7. Now, when does he notice that the Tempest are doing less damage than they should? As they're tickling the buildings. Did we notice, Pappy? Did we notice? Now pulling away. Curie's down to 32 SCVs. Barely any mining. But he's slowly maxing out. Again, this is why I feel like, again, Creator should be assertive here. Picking up a worker here and there. A Viking here and there. There it is. He notices. There we go. Takes on his destabilizers. Is on the way. He's on the way. Oh. Oh, brutally EMP. Brutally EMPs. As again, pushing into this position is going to be more difficult, but abusing this cliff face, I mean, it's still viable. To come in and pick away at the mineral line, to force in the Vikings, to punish them with the Stalkers, like this is still a viable location. We don't have to send it down mid. We don't have to. But Cure's maxed. Now, what's scary here is that Creator, he had like a 40 supply lead for quite some time. Not anymore. He has lost that lead. He still has a bank to work with. He still has better saturation, better economy. But what's scary here is that Cure can take a fight. We get a decent storm. Oof. Liberators do punish. Liberators do punish. Meanwhile, 12 probe kills across the map. 13, 14 probes. Oh, brutal damage. They're losing a lot of workers. Likewise, gas income is limited here for Creator. So he has to resaturate those bases. Curie's back in this game. 100%. He's back in this. Like, for the past, I want to say, like, 5-6 minutes. Like, Curie's been on the back foot. But Creator, he wasn't aggressive enough. And now Curie's stabilized. He's stabilized once again. Again, this is reminding me of Maganatha, actually. And Kira has a terrifying army now. He's got the freedom, got the libs. I would say that Kira could do with more Vikings, but I mean, at the moment he's maxed. Raid by a heavy. When was this game played? Less than a week ago. But yes, last week. In the middle of the EWC qualifiers. So I guess a couple of days ago. Oh. Like 5 days. 6 days. Yeah, Screwy does push out the right hand side. Ooh, does get into the mineral line. Nice diving in. As he goes with the Tempest. But he will lose the base. 12 throw kills and the Nexus. Ay, ay, ay. And he's getting more bases. More bases going down. Oh. More bases going to be falling. Creator now pushing in. No EMPs. Does punish. Nice Nova. Nice Nova here from Creator. Meanwhile, Cure getting another expansion. He's pushing forward. Once again, the Novas are popping up. Takes down 2 more ghosts. That's what, like 6 ghosts? 6 ghosts going down. Gets into the mineral line. Again, what's the Viking count? 16? 16 Vikings. Creator bullying the ground army. We can see Cure coming in from behind, setting up a surround. As the main army gets spotted. Now going for the planetary. Disruptors, oh, they are moving forward. Gets another ghost. Another ghost goes down. Liberator does fall. Curator is pushing in. And can he do it? Can he break here and now? So far, working himself into the bases. He can always recall if need be. Cure attempting to surround. Nice movement here by Creator. Yeah, does avoid the surround. Pulls back. Nice low zone. Like, these are the fights that Creator's been missing. Let's go. Oh my god. As Vikings are punished. And sure, Creator, he lost some bases, but he has top left. He has a fresh mining base. He could do with some gases, as he has no gas income. Has very limited gas income. But overall, he's maxed out. He's been bullying the ground army. Another Viking falls. Nova's coming in. Oh! Disruptor does pull away. And he's going for it. There we go. Now he's going for it. Zoning Storm. The army is now pinned. Now the army is now trapped. Creator just able to pen him in. Still playing it slow. Connect with another Nova. And again, Cure. He was last season's runner-up, Pappy. Let's go. He was the runner-up. But nah, not this season. Here, what, like 2.5 weeks later, Season 2, Creator rocks up. So does Zoun, of course. Storm goes off. GG gets called, and Creator, he will bring it back. He will take the series 2-1, knocking Cure out of GSL. GG. Whew. Oh my god. Very tense, very tense. GG, well played again. That was a very, very tense final game. Cure, I should say that Creator, he found himself with a lead, found himself ahead, and that lead slowly evaporated. Like, it slowly slipped out of his fingers Cure was able to max out. Cure was sniping base. Cure, he was able to bounce back in that game. But finally, towards the end, we saw a better engage from Creator, just nibbling away at the army, at the bases, slowly over time, just out-trading Cure. And Cure, he had no economy behind it. He had no worker count. He lost his most important mining base, and he was just being bullied by the Tempest, by the Disruptors. GG. GG, well played. I feel like Creator could have done that a little bit sooner, but regardless, did pull it off nonetheless. And with that, Creator, he'll advance on to the decider match. Whew. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played, congratulations. Creator, he will claim the series. Again, very close, very intense, and with that, Cure, he is out. May have gotten second place in Season 1, but here in Season 2, he is out in the first round of groups. And we have one series remaining here. We have the decider match. We have the decider match. It is going to be a best of 3 between Creator and Zoun. Oh boy. It's going to be a PvP between our two players. Between our two Protosses. So Zoun has been patiently waiting. Again, really well done here by Creator. And again, Creator, he was playing really well throughout the series, especially on, like, Maganatha was another one. I was talking about how I was reminded of Maganatha because Maganatha was a game where Creator had a lead, Creator had an advantage, and he overextended. He lost that lead, and Cure, he clawed his way back in. Like, from the brink, it was an impressive performance there by Cure, but also Creator did make some mistakes there and did lose that lead, and it was looking similar in game 3, not gonna lie, where Creator had the advantage and he was slowly, like, maybe giving Cure a little bit too much breathing room, too much time, and taking some worse fights or some rougher engagements, and it was close. It was clutch. Regardless, GG, well played. With that, congratulations. We now have our final series of the broadcast. That PvP is ahead of us here. It's going to be a PvP. Once again, game 1 is on Persephone. I think every series so far. Jesus. Oh, actually, my apologies. There was one series. It was Creator and Cure, of course. Creator and Cure. Game 1 was on Pylon. Game 1 was on Pylon, but that was the only series that started on Pylon. Every other series has been on Persephone, including this one. Let's go. Let us go. As we end it all on the PvP. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Persephone, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss, representing Team Vitality. It is Zoun. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the red Protoss, representing Alkadzia Esports. It is a Creator. Here we go. Again, our PvP does continue. In our first mirror match of the broadcast, let's go. We've been having nothing but PvTs and PvZs, but we have our first mirror matchup, and I'm ready. Gibbs. As I'm sure we're going to be seeing a very different kind of change of pace here. For now, probe scouts are moving out across the map. We do have our initial setups here. We're expecting 2 gate openers. Our players that have been more willing to go for gate cyber expands, that has been permeating throughout the Korean scene. We'll see if that's the case here as well. Yep, speaking of 2 gate opener out of Zoun, gate cyber expand out of Creator. So Creator is going for a more greedy build, Zoun going for a more standard build. Zoun, he will have the option to try to punish. There's our Cybercore. Speaking of Cybercore, for Creator as well. And again, Creator from here can go for a faster expansion, which is why Zoun needs to be in position to pylon block. And because the probe is in position, he'll force out a Zealot, and ideally, he will force out a Stargate from his opponent. As the Zealot is on the way, Zoun picks in. Zoun is ready for the block. Yep, there we go, does confirm. The Zealot is forced out. There's that Stargate for Creator. So again, Gate, Cybercore, Stargate, then the expansion. Ideally, Creator wanted to go for the Nexus sooner, but because of the probe, he couldn't. So with that, Stargate followed by the Nexus. With this, we should be going for the Oracle. The goal here is to get ahead economically by going for the Oracle across the map to wreak havoc in the mineral line. But Zoun, he scouts. He scouts, he confirms he's aware of the Stargate, he knows the Oracle is coming, and Zoun, he will be ready for it. Now, despite that, despite the block, despite the delay, Creator, he will still have the faster Nexus. He will still have the faster expand. And Zoun is moving out to punish. Is moving out to attempt to punish. Shield batteries on the way. There's that Oracle. Oracle's in production. He's in production here. Down safety shield battery in the mineral line, getting ready for the Oracle. It's getting ready. Likewise, Zoun poking forward. Does break forward, no major damage. So far, Creator, he does hold. Actually, he wants that Stalker. Doesn't go across the map. He wants to go for the dive. Ooh. We'll take a volley to the face, though. It doesn't quite get the damage he was hoping for. And Zoun expands. Behind the Zoun, he's expanding. We're keeping up with each other. Creator, he will have the slight economic edge over his opponent. That is true. Oracle pokes in. And the Oracle is zoned away. The Oracle is forced back. With that, our players are taking up. We have Zoun working towards Blink. Blink is on the way. Zoun, he scouts with Hallucination. He confirms that Twilight Council also here for Creator, also working towards Blink. We're getting into the mid-game. Nothing too crazy yet. Nothing too wild. Creator is ahead economically. Zoun is ahead tech-wise. There's like a small window where Zoun has faster Blink, but it's only by a couple of seconds. Most likely won't factor in. Most likely. So Zoun does pull back. Taking the third. And yeah, we're just slowing things down. We're slowing things down here. Nothing too aggressive, nothing too crazy. There was like a little bit of pressure early on from the side of Zoun just because Creator was being greedy, but outside of that, nothing wild. We spoke about that timing. Zoun does have Blink for a couple of extra seconds. He can push in. Blink 10 seconds away for Creator. With that, Zoun, he can try to out-trade, but he'll bleed out the both sentries. Both sentries do fall. Better trade for Creator, and Zoun, he has to back up. He pulls away. Creator so far, army supply lead, economic lead as well. Faster expansion for Creator. Creator is slightly ahead in almost every aspect, but these are slight advantages, slight leads. But things are looking a little bit rough here for Zoun. So not looking ideal. Likewise, Creator, you can blink into the main. He does go for the dive. Does dive in, takes on the pile, takes down the Observer as well. Keen eyes there by Creator. Nicely done. Nice pickups. Likewise, he has the greater concave here on top of the ramp. Spinning shots on the gateways. Does pull away. But overall, nice moves. Zoun working towards charge. So is Creator. Again, Creator just one step ahead. Zoun, he's up against the wall here. Archivist Creator also the first step in towards a Templar Archives, in towards Archons. 4th base on the way for Creator. Looking very comfortable. Oh. Please, that was Stalker. Stalker does get picked off. Creator pulling away. And again, Creator, he doesn't have to push in. He doesn't have to try to break down or anything like that. He's content just backing off, pulling away, building up his forces, getting ready for a later timing. Just setting up. Yo, everyone, big shout out to Flipper Flat Check in the chat. Baby God. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for subscribing for 8 months. For 8 months. Thank you, Papi. Thank you. Thank you for the support. Do appreciate it. Hope you had a great weekend. Hope you enjoyed the intense week of EWC qualifiers that we had. It's very, very intense. And the StarCraft continues. As a reminder, Stars Agora is like, what, tomorrow? Or in 2 days? Something crazy like that. What is Stars Agora? Yeah, it's tomorrow. Jesus. Crazy, crazy. The StarCraft continues. As Creator, he is pushing. Archons are ready. Somewhat ready for Zoun as well. Somewhat. But Creator does have that supply lead. Creator can take the fight. The armies, they do miss each other. Ooh, Zealot Runby forces a recall. Uh-oh. Creator's army is split. Yeah, a bit of an awkward engage. Creator collapsing in. Can't get this around. Doesn't quite go for it. Oh my god. Zealot's coming in from the right hand side as well. Creator going for the gold, being a little bit greedy. Is spotted, is confirmed, and yeah, Creator, he will lose the expansion. This should not finish. Yeah, some cheeky play there by Creator. Is punished, is denied. Creator gets supply blocked. Despite the advantage that Creator had, he will lose out these Zealots. Zealots are going down. Creator now falling in supply. Creator, he had a better setup until he was forced to recall, and now things are looking a little bit more dicey. Zoun is back in this game. So a better couple of moments here for Zoun, denying the base, sniping the proxy, and clearing up all those Zealots. Now we have a back and forth. Archon count still in favor of Creator. But we have comparable economies. Zoun going for the run by. Creator, he does push. Oh, I'm maxing out. From here we are maxing out. So run by is spotted. And the lead that Creator once had isn't really there anymore. He still has the greater Archon count at least, so in a head-on fight, I still favor Creator somewhat. But he's only ahead by 1. Meanwhile, Creator's working towards Disruptors. He's taking up. He's getting there. Zoun pulls away, trying to bait Creator out to a better position for Zoun. Zoun does poke in. So Runman gets affected. Creator getting supply blocks, Zoun commits in. Once again going for the Stalkers. Stalkers going to be going down. Oof. But he can't push into those Archons, not freely. Trying to get him out into the open. Again, that is 5 Archons. Does blink in. Oof, doesn't quite get the Prism. And Creator, he will take the fight. He will overwhelm. Takes down all the charge lots. As Zoun gets punished. And Creator, he will take the fight. And from here, you can just send it. You just send it across the map. Just better positioning, better engagements. Zoun just split out so many Zealots against his Archons. And Creator, he will overwhelm. From here, Creator, he's maxed out. Just like a better fight, catching out the Archons as well. This third base should be going down. At the same time, Zoun going for the base trade is his best chance. It's his only chance. But Creator is still maxed. He's still maxed out. And we're not trading bases in a way, but Creator, you can always turn around. You can always recall, I should say. Might not even need to. Just warping in Zealots. Warping in defensive Zealots. Getting to the mineral line. Creator, he will overwhelm. Takes down the expansion. Yeah, and with that Zoun, he just can't hold on. Not against this kind of army, not against this many Archons. Zealots doing what they can, but they're stuck again, facing off against Archons of all things. Archons, they just mow them down. The Zealots, they melt. And GG gets called. Creator, he will overwhelm. And Creator, he will take game number 1. Whew, GG. GG, well played, Creator. He will take a lead in the series. Again, it was just a very strong start for Creator. We did mention at the time, but Creator, he had the better economy, he had the better economic start. Likewise, he had the tech lead as well. He had the army lead, faster third, faster fourth base. Everything was just slightly in favor of Creator. I will say that Zoun did a great job recovering. We did mention when Zoun was able to deny the gold, able to deny the proxy, able to catch out the Zealots. Zoun, he did recover, but when it came to the quality of the army, he was still a little bit too zealot heavy. He had more zealots, that's true, but again, he had less archons, he had less stalkers. Like, he had the quality of the army was just a little bit worse. He tried to commit into the bases of Creator, and Creator took the better fight. GG, well played, just claimed the better fight in the end. And with that, Creator does take a lead. And now we're getting into game number 2, and we'll see if Zoun can recover. Based on the opener though, we'll see if Zoun even meets the opener of Creator. Do we go Gate, Cyber, Expand against each other? Do we go into Phoenix Wars? It's possible. Especially on our next map, as we are loading into Tokamak. Tokamak, of course, being one of the larger maps in the map pool, known for longer games. Because of that, our eyes are going to be on Zoun. Does he open up economically? Do we end up in Phoenix Wars? Let's go. As spawning in the right hand corner of Tokamak, we have the South Green Protoss player, we have the Red Protoss representing Alcadia Esports. It is Creator. Leading the series and 1 game away from claiming the series and advancing on to the next round. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have the South Green Protoss player, we have the Blue Protoss representing Team Vitality. Down in the series, can he force the ace match? Can he bring it back and make a series out of this? It is Zoun. Ooh, as we have our pylon on the high ground. Okay, so I was curious if we were going to try to go for the low ground setup here and go for a faster economy. Creator did go Gate Cyber last game. We could see that again on the high ground, but now there's a bit of a less chance that that's going to happen. We'll see. We'll see if either player does skip their second gateway. As a Creator, he does scout for a proxy, does check the low ground. There we go, 2 gate opener out of Creator and 2 gate opener out of Zoun. Okay. Standard openers here. No one is cutting corners, no one is being greedy. Hello. As Creator, he does hide his second pylon. So Zoun, he's aware. Zoun, he does go for the probe scout. He's aware that the pylon is missing. There could be a very real proxy or a fake proxy. Based on this location, this wouldn't be a bad location for a proxy Stargate, but this should not be a one base all in. This should not be a robo, if we commit to anything. As Creator, he has the gas. Oh, never mind. Proxy, okay. One base all in. Proxy robo. This is a interesting one. A couple of things here. This is on Creator's half of the map. Now, because of that, there's a lower chance this is going to be scouted. True. Lower chance it's going to be scouted. But this does mean that if we're going proxy immortal, it's going to take a while to rally across the map to be aggressive here. We might just go Prism first, and we might just go Adept straight into the bases and straight into the mineral lines. We'll see. As Zoun, good read, Robo Opener. Zoun, he takes it seriously. He believes that this is an all-in, that this is a proxy. Zoun, he hasn't found what's going on, but a defensive Robo here is ideal. Like, so far, this is ideal to defend against an all-in. So, good read here by Zoun. If Creator had gone for a Stargate, I'd be more concerned for Zoun, but Zoun, he responds well. Doesn't know what's happening, but he believes it's real, and it's for good reason. For good reason, because it is. As Zoun, he attempts to rescout, he confirms no base, no expansion. Now he knows. Now he knows it is an all-in. There is no nexus. The armies, they pass by each other. Prism first, followed by the Immortal. But there's nothing at home. There's nothing. Oh no. He can just go in. He can just walk up the ramp. He can walk up. He's going for it. He's walking. He's crazy. It does start to step in, takes down the probe, gets into the main, and there's no recall. There's no energy for a recall. Oh, Creator out of position. Boys are being pulled. Probes are going down. At the same time, Adept does get into the main, but there's defensive back at home. And these are brutal losses here for Creator, considering he's the one that's going for the all-in. Ay. And back at home, I mean, Zoun, he's fine. He's secure. Does bleed out 8 probes, that is true, but he's getting 14 probes across the map. 15, 16, this is critical damage. Creator, he warps in, but again, there are defenses. Like, Zoun just has to pull away. He pulls away, preserves his mineral line, deals with the Adepts. Adepts, they shade away, and Zoun doesn't lose anything. No additional probe kills. Zoun, he is miles ahead. He's on 18 probes. And he has his own defensive robo as well, so he has an equivalent immortal count. Oh god. Unfortunately, Creator, he just missed the army of Zoun. He was exposed. He had nothing at home to defend. He had no wall. No, nothing. And that might just be game here and now. Like, Creator, he's just... is he gonna macro out of this? Like, he's back at home. What do we do? What's the plan? We could go for a Bay and go for a Desperation Disruptor. Like, we have seen some Protoss players do that after a failed Robo all-in. But even then, like, there's just no economy. Even then, there is no economy. Zoun, he will get caught out, the Adept at least. Prism across the map. Into the main. And with that, does poke in. Nice pickoff. Zoun pulls away. I watch more StarCraft 2 than I should because of the stream. It's great. Let's go. Locked in. Yes, we're locked in. Locked in. Oh, you don't watch enough StarCraft. Clearly. As Creator does drop into the main. We just see that Zoun is out of position with his own Immortal. True. He's out of position, but the shield battery is going to be good enough. The Prism! No! The Prism zoned away! The Immortal's trapped, and the Prism should not be able to save it. Yeah, will not be able to. The Immortal goes down, the Prism is forced back, and that is a brutal loss here for Creator. Ay. We'll lose the Immortal. Zoun is expanding, Zoun is getting further ahead. And there's still a chance here for Creator. Oh god, this is so risky. This is so risky. This Prism is on 2 HP, by the way. I mean, but he has to go in. He has to. He has to do something. Oh no. As the Prism does thankfully pull back. Does pull away. Immortals, they push forward on the right hand side. Again, this is looking bleak here for Creator. But he does have the larger army, true. Like, he's got 3 immortals. Like, this is pretty substantial. He's got 3 immortals. There's 1 shield battery further back. So, you see, so Creator, he can still win the game here and now, but this is it. This is his moment. It all comes down to this. He commits to Shade. He's going for the sentries. He does commit. Does head over the wall. Sentries are going down. Takes down the immortal. Barely not. Yeah, boys are being pulled. And Creator, can he break through this? He's down to 2 immortals. The prism goes down. And no more juggling. No more micro. No more reinforcements. It's all. This is it. This is all he has. And it's not enough. Zoun will hold. He will hold on. He's down to 3 units left. 3 units remaining, but he can juggle. Oh, no! Oh my god. Bit of miscontrol there from Zoun earlier. Okay, Creator, he's pulling through. He's pushing through. Again, Zoun, despite having that prism, he wasn't really saving his immortals. So he's down to 1. But again, he should be able to out-micro. There we go. There's that juggling. Blinks on forward. And with that, Creator, he's out of an army. He will lose everything. Did make it close towards the end. Very close. As again, like Zoun was miscontrolling. Did lose those immortals. War prison's being rebuilt. I mean, because of that trade, Zoun, he did have to pull the boys, so he's not in the best position here, but still better than Creator. Creator is still mining. Still saturating. We're gearing up for the second wave. The second wave, the second push. Zoun on a 4-gate setup. Again, Zani has just so much more micro potential with that blink. And the Zani checks, confirms there is no other expansion. Now, technically, we could see the gold being taken. So Zoun trying to get a read on what's happening. For all he knows, it could be a ninja base. But I'm hoping for more shield batteries. Only 2. Creator, he moves out. Yeah, he still has a chance. Creator's moving forward. Does move in. No wall off. Has to be careful. Army supplies are comparable to each other. There's that wall. Adepts, they don't quite commit. There you go, does push forward. Does try to move forward here. Nice force fields out of Zoun. He locks down the army. Oh, please, out of Stalker. Picks off a Stalker. Buying more time. Buying time for extra warp ins. There we go. 3rd shield battery on the way. Shield battery on the high ground even. So come on, nice blink control. Going for the sentries. Going for the immortal as well. But the immortal is saved. But sentries are going down. It dives, goes to the dive, takes out the immortal. Immortal goes down the prism as well. And Zoun holds. Zoun, he shuts this down. GG gets called. Zoun, he will take game number 2. We'll tie up the series 1-1. We are going to the ace match. Whew. GG. We're going to game 3 again. Very, very intense all in there, but a really good read out of Zoun. I mean, it was a bit of a gamble, but if you remember at the start of the game, Zoun, he scouted, he confirmed that the pylon was missing. It could have been fake, it could have been real. He read it as a real proxy. He did commit to his own defensive robo, so he was more than prepared. But the game was decided early on. If you remember, the armies missed each other. Zoun, he went for a very risky move. He pushed out with 4 stalkers across the map. They missed each other. He was able to bypass the main army of Creator by happen chance. Like, it wasn't planned or anything. It's not like he knew where Creator was. He just walked across the map. Creator was out of position, and those stalkers did deal critical damage. It was insane how much damage they dealt, and essentially they just gave Zoun a massive lead. A lead that he didn't quite lose. The all-in was still terrifying towards the end, and it was still quite close. There was still a chance for Creator to pull off the all-in, but it was a less of a chance just because of all that economic damage done early on. It It was critical. It was borderline game ending. Borderline game ending damage with that. GG, well played. With that, we are going to the ace match. We're going all the way to game 3. Game 3 is going to be on ley lines. It all ends here, one way or another. One of these two will make it through into the next round. The other will be eliminated from GSL. Here we go. As we are jumping into the ace match and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of ley lines, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Team Vitality, tying up the series 1-1. Again, defending well against the old lane last game and bringing it all the way to the ace match. It is Zoun. And spawning in the right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing his new team, Al-Qadzia Esports. It is Creator. But it's happenstance, not happenstance. Do you mean happen? You mean not happen chance? Happen chance? Duh. I get what you mean. I get what you mean. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I understood. Don't worry about it. As it is going to be double gate. 2 gate opening out of Zoun, 2 gate opening out of Creator. Yeah. It's all good. Here we go. We are settling in. We have our initial openers here, and likewise, no one is going for a proxy this time. Second pylon in the main base for Creator, second pylon in the main base for Zoun. We have our 2 pylons being placed, our 2 pylons set up. No proxy. No proxy, and both players are fully aware. Likewise, with our 2 gate openers, no one is rushing to an earlier expansion. So far, everything is looking standard out of both Zoun and Creator. So far, so good. When it comes to openers, Stalker Sentry out of Zoun, Stalker Sentry out of Creator, so we are going for safe openers. When I say safe, with this opener, we can't really be aggressive across the map. The goal here is for scouting information. Hallucinations, Sentry into Hallucination, this is kind of the go-to macro opener in PvP. Just to get a read on what's going on, just to get a read on what is happening. Do see both players do go for their pylon blocks, just to make sure that there is no faster nexus. Both players will delay each other, and we're building up. Let's go. Hello, Zoun. As Zoun, he does... Okay. Scratch around the edge, does pull back home. Hallucination moves out, will not be able to deny the scout. And the Hallucination will confirm the opener of choice. Does get eyes on the pylons, does get eyes on the expansion, making sure that, of course, Creator is expanding, and Zoun likewise will also get his own nexus. And Creator will also confirm. Creator is moving out to confirm. So far, so good. Zoun, he does keep his probe alive on the right-hand side, and he can go for a proxy pylon to reinforce across the map and go for a depth harass. That is going to be viable here for Zoun. Twilight Council's on the way. Hallucination confirms the base. Hallucination does not get eyes on the tech, so limited scouting here by Creator. As the hallucinations do continue. Zoun still has that probe. Blink is on the way. Zoun moves in. And so far, mirrored builds. So far, we have the exact same build against each other. Everything's looking as it should. We We see Zoun going for the hallucinated scouts. For those that don't know, if you hallucinate a probe with your sentry, it actually morphs in 4 probes, so you're able to fan out and scout everywhere. So we have full scouting here by Zoun, basically looking for proxies, pylons, and shenanigans. As he fans out, he sees the entire map. The downside, of course, is that you're limited by the terrain. Unlike a hallucinated phoenix that can go into the main, hallucinated probes don't, right? They don't make it into the main base. This is more about scouting for proxies, less so about scouting for tech. So Zoun just being secure. Zoun will take the faster third. Creator 1 step behind. Hallucination will confirm the third base, and likewise should get into the main. Behind this, there's no Dark Shrine, there's no crazy tech either. But Creator is moving out. Oh, gets spot the Stalkers. Lurking towards the third. Zoun gets distracted. Yeah, he's distracted. Shield by to kill, another cancel. Nice pick up here by Creator. Does sneak up on Zoun. Oh, can't quite commit. He's holding on. He's holding. In the end, he didn't try to go for a proxy pylon or anything like that. So we do see some adepts out for Creator, where he does pull away. Does pull back home. And so far, we're just building up towards the mid game. Both players are expanding in their third bases. There's no major signs of aggression. The one thing that never mind. I just realized we have a massive gateway explosion here and no forge. No forge, no upgrade for Zoun. Getting up to 6 gates. The prism is on the way. And Zoun, it looks like he might just commit here. With purely Blink Stalker, he's also not researching charge yet. No charge, no +1. Pure Blink Stalker out of Zoun. Going for a later forge, I should say. And Creator is taking a much more standard direction. Creator going Blink into charge into Archons most likely. So this is a standard setup here at a Creator. Meanwhile, Zoun is just going Mass Stalker. Zoun is being more aggressive. The Prism moves out as well to reinforce. Zoun is more committed. In a longer game, I do favor Creator. Like, Creator, he's teching, right? He's got charge on the way, +1 on the way. He has the Temple Archives on the way as well. Now he goes for the gateways, but these are later compared to Zoun. Zoun is going in. And he will snipe. 1, 2, 3 sentries going to be going down. Creator out of position. And again, Creator, he doesn't have the army. He doesn't have the size. Doesn't have the supply. And just like that, Zoun is going for the kill. Boys are being pulled. Yeah, Zoun basically going for the all-in. No probes, fake third. 2 base all-in and buy Zoun on 6 gateways. So fake third base. Commits across the map. Creator is caught with his pants down. Boys are being pulled. And Zoun is going for the kill. Getting 24 probe kills. Is losing some workers across the map. That's true, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Zoun has an overwhelming army. And with that, it looks like Zoun is looking to go further in this tournament into Group Stage 2. Creator, he did well against Cure, but here, even here against Zoun, went all the way to the ace match, but Creator, he did not check saturation. GG gets called, and Zoun, he will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the round of 8. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Zoun, as he will claim the series again. Unfortunately, it was a fake third base out of Zoun. He doubled down, went for a gateway explosion, and Creator's hallucination scout was not there. He was not there. He did not check for the gateways. He did not check for the saturation at the third base. He missed the all-in. He was out of position. Creator, he wanted to play some StarCraft. Creator, he was getting +1. He was getting charge. He was going for his third base. He was saturating his third, and he was getting a Templar Archives. Like, he was taking it in every other direction. He was getting ready for the mid game, getting ready for a longer game state. It was caught with his pants down. They were down, Pappy. They were down. GG, well played. Congratulations, Zoun. He will claim the series. My condolences to Creator. Again, he had a strong back and forth here, but I mean, that's the thing, especially about mirror matchups. It can be hard to keep a read on your opponents or keep an eye on your opponent, and it's so crucial to confirm if your opponent's playing standard, if your opponent's macroing, because these all-ins, they can be brutal, especially in PvP. GG, well played. And with that, Zoun will claim it. And we can catch up on our matches tonight. Let's go. Can catch up. Oh. Oh, here we go. From the top, Zoun, from the top, Cure, he had a rough start. He had a very rough group stage here as Zoun took down Cure 2-0. Solar took down Creator 2-0. If you remember, non-stop Glaive Adepts. There was a lot of Glaive Adepts tonight in those PvZs, and in the end, Solar, he was able to get the better of Zoun in that winner's match. It was a very dynamic back and forth. I do recommend the VODs for that series, but very, very intense is what I will say. A lot of mind games, a lot of aggression. We saw like quote-unquote ninja Spire out of Solar. We saw Adept play, of course, out of Zoun. We saw fake all-ins and real all-ins, and it was just crazy plays. So GG will play Solar. He was the first player to make it through the group stage. And again, Cure, he did struggle against Zoun. He struggled against Creator as well, even though that was a 2-1 scoreline. I'll be honest, Creator, he almost 2-0'd. He almost 2-0'd. I'm still thinking about that Maganatha game. I'm still thinking about Maganatha. Cure had a crazy comeback on Maganatha, and he almost pulled off a comeback on Leylines as well. Insane series there between Cure and Creator, and it all ended with the PvP. All did end with Zoun versus Creator in the end. Zoun able to pull off that cheeky all-in versus Creator, but I mean, to be fair, Creator also tried to all-in Zoun in game 2. So Creator punished for the failed 1-base all-in in game 2, and in game 3 caught himself off guard by a 2-base all-in from his opponent. And my condolences to Cure and Creator. Again, Cure, he was last season's runner-up. He was top 2 in season 1, but here he's knocked out of the round of 12. He does not make it past the first stage of groups. Once again, I want to reiterate that it just shows how close in skill all these players are. When it comes to the Korean scene, I would say that, yeah, players like Cure, Solar, Zoun, Creator, Shin, Rogue, Bunny, Byeon, Ryung, all the players, they're all very, very close in skill. They can all beat each other. And because of that, there's no kind of clear favorites here, I want to say. Like, anyone could have made it out of this group. In the end, it was Solar and Zoun. I could see Creator making it through. I could see Cure making it through as well. So again, it does make for some very intense groups here. And with that, congratulations. Congratulations to our top 2, to Solar and Zoun, for making it through. GG. GG, well played. With that, we are going to be wrapping up our initial group here, our initial broadcast. I'll be honest, I'm very tired. I did not get a lot of sleep after the Water TV Monday last night, so I'm happy to get some rest, go to bed, and get as much sleep as I can before our next broadcast. Up next, we're going to be live in 6 hours. Jesus. In 6 hours time, we're going to be live with what? With Group B. Again, this morning we covered Group A, and this evening we have Group B. And who's going to be a part of that group? We have 3 Terrans and a Zerg. That's a very Terran heavy group. Very Terran heavy. It's going to be Gumiho, Bunny, Byeon, and Shin. 3 Terrans and a Zerg. They're all going to be facing off in Group B to determine who will join Solar and Zoun in the next round. In the round of 8. Bearing in mind that players like Hero, Rogue, Maru, and Classic, those 4 players I just mentioned, they're already seeded into the next round. So they get to skip. They get to skip out on Group Stage 1, and they're already in Group Stage 2. So with that, we are going to be wrapping up for the time being. And again, we'll be back in 6 hours time. I'm going to try to get as much sleep as I can. But I also have to edit VODs as well. So we'll see. I'll get some food, I'll get some sleep, I'll get some rest, and then we'll be back with our next broadcast. Bam! As you can see here, our weekly schedule on my right-hand side. We just wrapped up with the morning GSL cast, but you can see there the evening GSL cast. So 2 casts a day here on Tuesday. Tomorrow is going to be Pegasaur Cup in the morning, and one of the reasons why we have the afternoon off, Star Zagora, that tomorrow is when Star Zagora does begin, and we will be taking that evening off again, just to have some time to ourselves. Of course, I'm probably going to be laddering. I'll probably ladder a little bit of StarCraft, play some StarCraft, maybe play some other games as well. That is going to be tomorrow's plan. Likewise, we have the LATAM League, the Latino American League, over on Thursday. We have the Pwnecast on Thursday. We have StarCraft Evolution League as well, Kung Fu Cup, Fire Grow Cup, show matches, MSO, STC, plenty of content throughout the week. And if you're in the chat, if you want to help support us, you can do so via following us on all the social medias, ! socials in the chat. We do post when we go live. As you can see, we are live at least once a day, usually twice a day. This week, we do have 2 afternoons off. We have Wednesday and Friday afternoon off, and then how dare we, but we try to have at least 2 afternoons off here per week, just so we can rest a little bit or catch up on work. By work, I mean just spend like a couple of hours editing VODs, scheduling VODs, making thumbnails, and being able to maintain our YouTube. Again, if you see something that you like here, if you want to watch it, and if you cannot watch it live, YouTube is the place to be. We do stream on YouTube alongside on Twitch, so all the VODs are on YouTube, and we also upload on YouTube on a daily basis. So there's plenty of content on YouTube, plenty of content to come, and again, plenty of StarCraft on the horizon as well. When it comes to Star Zagora, we do not have permission to co-stream, so we don't have permission. We're also not a side stream, so Star Zagora, we will enjoy it as a viewer like everyone else. So do enjoy Star Zagora. It's going to be taking place over the week. It starts tomorrow, and it's like, I think, a 4-day event. 4 days of Star Zagora, so do check that out. Likewise, this week, as you can see, there's no further GSL cast because there's no GSL this week. GSL, they're taking a break because of Star Zagora, so GSL returns next week. So next week, we're going to be catching up with the next round of GSL with Group Stage 2. So today we're catching up with Group Stage 1, next week is going to be Group Stage 2. Next week we should be casting the replays a couple of days after they play live. So it's going to be a couple of days later, less than a week of course, we'll be going over those replays. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for the support. With that, you can also support us on Patreon, exclamation mark Patreon in the chat. We do, our Patreon is actually designed to fund our tournaments. Bam, as you can see here, we do host these 3 events on a regular basis. We have Sea Duckling Open, Sparkling Tuna Cup, and Masters 1 Open. We do host these events on a regular basis, and they are fully funded by the people, for the people. So thank you so much to all of our supporters on Patreon. Thanks so much to all of our patrons. Thank you. We do appreciate the support. Again, 100% of the money on Patreon goes towards these tournaments. Last week we couldn't host them because of all the EWC qualifiers, but bam, you can see we have them this week. We have MSL on Saturday and Sparkling Tuna Cup on Sunday. So this week our tournaments do make their return, and again, all funded via Patreon, and you can help us grow our events via Patreon as well. So thank you so much for all the support. What a play by sound. Yeah, crazy. It's all good. But with that, thanks for watching. With that, thank you so much for the support. We hope you appreciate, we hope you enjoyed the content, hope you enjoyed the casting. And again, we'll be back in 6 hours with our next cast with some more GSL, with GSL Group B, with the Terran group. Again, with Gumiho, Bunny, Björn, and Shin. That'll be, of course, later on tonight. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for the support. We'll see you guys next time, whether it is later on tonight or tomorrow. See you then. Till then, ciao, papi ciao. Hasta luego. See you next time.